months of job gains.
How many are part-time? All of them?
Millions lost their jobs under Donald Trump. His GDP
The COVID shut the entire country down and the world down. Are you that senile, Terry?
Donald Trump, the only thing he's done is trickle-down economics.
Terry disagrees with probably 99 out of 100 things we talk about. I appreciate the fact that you listen, even though you don't like anything we say.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PICKUP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Your floors can go from clean to dirty fast. From juice spills, whoops, to muddy paw prints, to little sticky finger marks. Good thing your Swiffer Wet Jet works fast too. Swiffer Wet Jet easily cleans everyday messes as quick as they happen. The next mess is right around the corner. So grab your Swiffer Wet Jet and just spray, push, all clean.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, April 19th, 2024. I'm Chris Foster. An impeachment trial is over before it begins in the Senate.
The Democrats may be setting up a precedent that may come back to bite them.
We're speaking with Fox News Sunday host Shannon Breen.
I'm Dana Perino. West Point graduate, Army spouse, and mother of 2 combat veterans puts the daunting experiences of military spouses to page in her new fiction novel, The Roof Above.
Gold Star family is a club no one ever wants to belong to. Their children, they give more to this country than anyone should ever have to give.
And I'm Stephen Moore. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
House Republicans this week sent articles of impeachment to the Senate against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Throughout his tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has repeatedly violated laws enacted by Congress regarding immigration and border security.
Tennessee House Republican Mark Green, a few hours after Mayorkas testified at a House hearing about agency funding.
The dedicated public servants of DHS deserve full support, and the American people deserve the results a fully resourced DHS can deliver.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said no to holding a trial.
We felt very strongly that we had to set a precedent that impeachment should never be used to settle policy disagreements.
They don't want to hear about the people who are suffering with our open borders.
Texas Senate Republican Ted Cruz on Fox. Mayorkas was never going to be convicted by the Senate, but Republicans wanted their evidence out there.
I think that we felt like that's what Majority Leader Schumer wanted to do, get this thing moving. They had called it absurd, said that the House was wasting time. There was nothing that arose to the level of an impeachable offense.
Fox News Sunday and Living the Bream podcast host Shannon Bream.
Well, a number of Republicans pointed out this week, this could be a new precedent, and they asked Democratic leadership, okay, does this mean if something comes over that has a felony accusation in it, then the Senate doesn't even have to have a trial? You know, what about if President Trump is reelected and there is a Dem-controlled House and a Republican-controlled Senate? Are you saying that if the Democrats send something over, we do not have to have a trial? And they're really pressing this point that Democrats may be setting up a precedent that may come back to bite them in the future, much like Mitch McConnell's warnings about changing the rules on judicial nominees years ago.
This also, it saves Senate Democrats who might be involved in role positions from having to, appear to vote against border security.
Right. But here's the thing is that Republicans, many of them are saying, well, we're going to take this to the campaign trail. We're going to go out there and say, with the border flooded, with, crimes here, with all of these situations tied to the border, the danger of a terrorist attack because of how porous the border is, you guys would not even hold a vote on letting us hear the evidence regarding Mayorkas. So they fully intend to take it to the campaign trail, even though it wasn't a success for them on the Hill, and they didn't force an actual vote on the merits of that case.
Yeah, in the end, all they really miss out on is presenting the evidence in public, but they weren't going to get Mayorkas removed anyway, so now they can, but they can still campaign on the issue. Do you think this has any bearing on the effort to impeach President Biden, such that it is at this point? What's happening there?
Well, you've got, Chairman James Comer over there saying, we are still moving ahead with this. We have evidence. We feel good about our arguments, and we're going to go ahead and put on this case. I do think that it complicates the conversation because even with that one, it's the same thing as Mayorkas. The Senate is not going to convict. I mean, that's just not going to happen. But if House Republicans have, the leverage they have with their one vote majority to actually put on, hearings and gather evidence and put things into the public stream, that's one thing, but they know it's going to go to the Senate and absolutely die. So how much more political capital do you expend on having these hearings and subpoenaing people and calling in these witnesses? Comer and others on the Hill think that it's worth their time and effort, but they have to know at this point it is DOA in the Senate. You're not going to get to air the same quote-unquote dirty laundry or evidence that you have on that side of the Hill. So if you're going to do it on the House side, you've got to have impact there or it goes nowhere.
Right. Shannon, the Supreme Court heard a case this week about how some January 6th Capitol riot cases are being prosecuted. We did a preview explaining the case earlier this week. I wanted to get your thoughts on it now after the fact. What are the arguments briefly? Do you see the case leaning one way or the other?
So this obstruction charge has been used with hundreds of J6 defendants, but it's also part of the case against President Trump. So while he's not directly involved in the case they heard Tuesday, the implications are big for his case. So there is skepticism, it seems, among many of the justices that the way the DOJ has tried to use this obstruction charge, which many people will argue it was in response to Enron, it was about destruction of documents, that kind of thing. The way that it's been applied to these J6 cases, definitely skepticism among many Supreme Court justices this week. Now, if they toss it and say DOJ stretched this thing too far, you can't use it against the J6 defendants, that will include President Trump because it's part of the case that Special Counsel Jack Smith has against him. So the Trump team is anxiously awaiting this. They feel optimistic after the arguments on Tuesday, but now it's hurry up and wait for the court and see what they decide to do.
Yeah. There's another House hearing this week about anti-Semitism on campus, more protests on campus at Columbia University in New York, for example, this week against Israel's war in Gaza against Hamas. Do you see that having any effect on policy or military aid to Israel?
Well, listen, there is definitely a growing divide, I think, on Capitol Hill that's become very public. You've got a number of Democrats saying they don't want any more aid going to Israel without serious conditions. You've got, Bernie Sanders who's been saying not another nickel if Israel continues to proceed on the path that it's on now. I think he's in the minority, but you do have more folks stepping up to say there's more nuance to this conversation, and we need to be using our foreign aid to influence Israel in ways that make a real difference. These continued, conversations at these universities and hearing from students and people who feel afraid and people who feel that free speech, trying to balance that. Of course, people can speak out against wars and administrations and all kinds of things. But if people feel like there's actually a threat to them, I mean, that's obviously a different situation. So I think we're going to continue to hear from this on campuses where it seems to be the most pronounced. But whether that bleeds into what happens on Capitol Hill, I don't know. But there's definitely that growing Dem voice that says we have real concerns about this aid, how it's being used. You heard Speaker Johnson say this week he wants this package to go together out of the House because he worries that a standalone measure on Israel couldn't pass the Senate right now because of some of those positions.
Tomorrow's 25 years since the shooting at Columbine High School. My strongest memory of it, just for example, when I think of that, I think of the video of the kids climbing out of the windows and just the horror of it all. I wonder if your memories are similar. And since there's no real movement on gun control, or I'm not sure there's been much movement about doing anything about why kids kill kids at all. We talked about video games then. That seems awfully quaint now.
Yeah, I mean, I was a lawyer then when this happened. I was a young lawyer, and I remember being driving in my car and hearing about it. And as I got, to where I was going, the story just kept getting worse and worse. Then you start to see the video, and you're just sick. I mean, absolutely devastated for these families, for these kids. And you hear from some of these survivors now 25 years later saying, I don't feel like it's any different. I don't feel like, the real underlying problems have been addressed in a way that I feel safe for my kids because there have been so many horrific mass shootings since then. And you think about Uvalde. Vice President was out this week talking about gun control measures. And opponents of that will say we have plenty of laws on the books that are not being enforced. Let's clean those up. Let's get that done. You also have the Crumley case where two parents are going to jail because of their son, his access to a gun, the accusation that they completely failed to help him when there were clear signs of mental distress. He carries out a fatal school shooting. They're going to jail. I mean, that's a precedent that, people across the spectrum seem a little bit wary of because they worry about how that plays out in other future cases. But it seems like, prosecutors are trying to do something that gets to the core of the problem. And if you have a child who appears to be troubled, you don't get them help and instead are buying them guns, that's a real question that parents and guardians and people are going to have to consider. But to hear from these Columbine survivors 25 years later that they don't feel any safer, clearly that conversation is far from over.
Yeah, I wonder if this Crumley case, like you said, will be a precedent. I wonder, it'd be interesting to look back at the school shootings, including Columbine and since, of how that standard might have been applied had it been sort of in the ether at the time.
Yeah, because you think about Sandy Hook, and there was so much made of that shooter seemed very troubled too, and yet his mother had guns, and they would shoot guns together, and he had access to guns. That I think, when you look to the Crumley case and how prosecutors decided to go that next step and say, okay, we're not just going to wring our hands over what happened here. I mean, clearly in the Sandy Hook case, the mother was a victim as well. So there was no possibility of prosecution there. But looking forward at Crumley, it's going to be very interesting to see. We've got the other case where a young man shot a teacher who survived at school, but now there are people who are being held criminally responsible or at least charged, and principals and other people who had information about that child and potentially about the gun, the mother as well. It seems like prosecutors are starting to say, listen, we're going to hold adults and guardians and people in positions of power who have warnings of some kind responsible for doing what they can to make sure something doesn't happen. So, I think it's a new era of jurisprudence. We're going to have to see how it gets applied.
Shannon, finally, I know you're not the biggest sports fan, but Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Clark, arguably the best women's college basketball player of all time, one of the best college basketball players of all time, period. She kind of, with sports stories, I kind of do a mom test. Like, would my mom care about this? And I think Caitlin Clark certainly applies. President Biden felt the need to weigh in on her situation. She's been drafted by the WNBA, the number 1 pick, as everyone predicted. Now she's going to make much, much, much less money than the top picks make in the NBA. Of course, it's not apples and oranges in terms of the gender wage disparity gap, but it is forcing a bit of a conversation.
It is. And what I love about her is that she is such a positive role model. People are looking at her, all kinds of kids and athletes and non-athletes, but little girls especially who are interested in sports can look to her and say, like, oh, my goodness, look at her shattering all these records. What is a positive role model? She's got a lot of respect, and the excitement about watching the WNBA draft. I mean, it's certainly brought a lot of positive headlines to the WNBA, but you do have this disparity in pay that, listen, we know in part it's because the NBA makes boatloads of money. The merchandising, all of that stuff, the TV rights, it's just a different financial situation. For her, obviously, because she's a superstar, she'll be able to monetize sponsorships and all kinds of other things. And there's additional money she will make as part of the team, as part of the league. But yeah, there's a huge gap there. So then the conversation becomes, what is that about? Is it simply because the NBA just has basically a money printing enterprise because of the worldwide fascination and money spending on the merchandise and everything else? And will the WNBA get there at some point? It's certainly grown. The opportunities have grown. But yeah, they are at this point apples and oranges, but we'll see what the growth is down the line. But I think in the meantime, Caitlin Clark has done a lot to spark interest and conversation in a way that's been really positive for the sport.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday. Also, you can hear her podcast, Living the Bream. Shannon, good to talk to you.
You too. Have a great weekend.
Hi, this is Dave Anthony. Saturday marks 25 years since the Columbine school massacre. We talked to a survivor, Craig Scott, who lost his sister but saved some classmates that day. We invite you to listen to the whole interview in our Rundown Extra, Saturday at foxnewspodcast.com.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's happening daily. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. Time is short before something big happens, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure 4-week emergency food kits for each member of your family. Each kit contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $50 on each 4-week food kit you purchase, plus get free shipping on Ready Hour 4-week emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your unmarked boxes ship the same day. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc. Spring is here, and your home to-do list is getting longer. Don't stress. Hutchinson has you covered 24/7 with cooling and plumbing solutions to fit any budget. From minor upgrades to major repairs, no matter your home's needs, we get it done and get it done right the first time. Schedule your spring AC tune-up today. Avoid costly breakdowns when our certified technicians inspect your system, ensuring it runs efficiently, and remove the buildup of allergens so you can breathe easier. Book now at HodgeComfort.com/radio.
Want to put your baseball skills to the test? Then get ready to show your stuff with MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run. The official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Sign up for free for a chance to play your way to the Pitch, Hit, and Run finals at the 2024 World Series. Visit pitchhitrun.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
The Honda you want is here. Drive in the moment with the road trip ready Accord Hybrid and CR-V Hybrid from Honda. So bring on the weekend getaways. Bring on the far destinations. Bring on the memories. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Accord Hybrid or CR-V Hybrid.
Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, April 19th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. Israel launching strikes in Iran in retaliation for recent attacks. Fox's Kevin Cork has the latest.
There was pre-notification to the U.S. from the Israelis before the strikes were conducted. Now, the White House and the NSC are declining to comment on the Middle East. That could obviously change. Explosions reported inside of Iran indicating multiple Iranian sites were struck by Israel, although there's been some discussion about whether or not that's true. Based on everything we have seen and heard from U.S. officials, to say nothing of the video, it is obvious that something did happen. This, of course, is part of the pendulum that continues to sway between the two countries. Fox News does confirm that the targets of the attack were not nuclear, nor were they civilian.
Iranian state media saying nuclear facilities near the sites of the strikes are fully safe. Congress is moving it forward on a foreign aid plan. Details from Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill.
A series of Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan aid bills could be voted on separately by this weekend. That would total $95 billion if all are passed, with some Republicans pushing to kill a procedural vote known as the rule to keep it from even making it to the floor. Democrats are thinking about stepping in.
We want this to pass. We think it needs to pass, and we think it needs to pass now. And I believe you will see the support of efforts that accomplish that end.
Former House Democratic Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. The majority party traditionally is the only one to vote for a rule, even if members of the minority party support the bill. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Dom time. Dom to your Donna weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210
So I just want to make sure my take on Woodrow Wilson is strong and clear and nobody has any questions. I hate the man's guts.
What about Edith Wilson? What do you think of her?
I hate her too.
Okay.
When I can't sleep, I sit there and remind myself of all the reasons why I hate Woodrow Wilson. To lull myself back.
Instead of counting sheep, you count reasons to hate Woodrow Wilson.
Exactly. It's a very effective strategy, let me tell you.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
At Investigative Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infiniti or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infiniti models. And that's not all. Every new Infiniti purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at InfinitiofWestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Don't miss the annual Bear Affair Gala on May 2nd at the iconic Lincoln Financial Field. Celebrate the mission of Philadelphia Children's Alliance and join them in the fight against child sex abuse. Get your tickets today at bearaffair.org. Philadelphia Children's Alliance believes that all kids deserve to be kids. Abuse occurs in every neighborhood in our city, and the Children's Alliance does everything they can to stop it. From child-sensitive interviews to therapy, medical exams, prevention, education, and more, all of their services are at no cost to families and our community. Get your tickets today at bearaffair.org.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another choppy day of trading on Thursday with stocks finishing mixed and both the NASDAQ and S&P 500 posting their fifth straight session of losses. It's been an unsettling week for investors with Fed speakers reiterating there's no rush to slash interest rates given the strength of the economy. The Dow rising 22 points, the NASDAQ down 82, S&P 500 down 11 and suffering its longest stretch of losses in 6 months. After the closing bell, Netflix posted better than expected earnings, revenue, and subscriber growth for its latest quarter, adding over 9.3 million. But the streaming giant provided full-year revenue guidance that came in as a slight disappointment to investors, and its stock lost ground in extended trading. On Friday, before the opening bell, American Express and consumer goods giant Procter & Gamble will be releasing financial results. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The latest numbers from the U.S. Department of Defense shows military families move, on average, every 2.5 years. Just think about that. On top of the struggles that come with frequent relocating, military members and their families can often experience high anxiety, stress, and even depression, as deployed service members don't have the luxury to always be physically close to their families. Few understand the trials and tribulations of a military family like Kayal Dwyer. She herself is a West Point graduate who served in the U.S. Army for 5 years before she eventually turned in her active duty card, swapping it for a full-time career as an Army spouse and mother of 2 combat veterans. Now she's a writer, putting the little-known stories of military families into the pages of her books. In her new novel, The Roof Above, she explores the experience of Army spouses and how love, family, and friendship can be tested to their limits against the daunting realities of war and duty.
I went to West Point a long time ago. I graduated in '81.
Kayal Dwyer started writing this book 10 years ago, and The Roof Above is now available wherever you buy books. I read it. I highly recommend it.
I served 5 years active duty and then stayed in the reserves, but I knew nothing about the Army when I went to West Point. And when I graduated, I was just so, early on, I was just so impressed with military spouses. I mean, the military guys too, right? The soldiers and service members as well. But the spouses just seem to give so much. And I always thought that I was going to try to write a book about it. It takes me a while to get around to things. So I finally sat down about 10 years ago and started it and finished it a couple of years ago. Found a publisher, and it was released in February. So,
you yourself are a military spouse and a military mom, and you write so movingly about them. And a lot of what you write in terms of tone to me was very real. Like, you didn't sugarcoat anything. That moving around is difficult. Finding permanent employment or getting a handle on a career is difficult. Raising the children can be difficult. And yet there's a community that is so tight and very fulfilling for people. Do I have that right?
I think so. And I think, whenever we go through hardship, it bonds us together. But the military the service member says he swears an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, or he or she swears an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, and his spouse doesn't do that. She just happens to fall in love with him or her, and the sacrifices these spouses go through. That's what I wanted to write about. I wanted to write about, especially since 9/11. I mean, there were sacrifices before that, but after 9/11, what I saw these kids going through, it's just so much. And less than 1% of our population serves in the military. I don't think America realizes what these spouses and families endure. So I tried to share that. I know I didn't cover it all. I know I couldn't touch it all, but that's what I wanted to write about.
I feel that you covered a lot of it. In the book, Kelly is the main character, and she wants to be an accountant. And it's pretty interesting. As she graduates from college, she falls in love with a graduate from West Point, and she's trying to get a foothold in her career. I'm pretty familiar with some legislation working its way through Congress and supported on a bipartisan level that would help give people like Kelly, fictional character in your book, but we know this character exists in real life, an ability to keep working remotely, perhaps, in order to have some protections, in order to make sure that they can climb in their careers, even as they have to move every 2 years, because that's a sacrifice that they have to make. They don't have a choice in that matter, and hopefully people will be willing to support that. Is there anything else that citizens of this country can do to support military spouses that we don't know about? You know, our audience, Gail, really supports the military and will be there to help if needed. Is there anything you could suggest to us as we move forward to try to support you?
You're right about employment. I mean, there's so many little things as far as, as personally that affected us, just moving kids in high school and not, they're not able to make a sports team because they missed tryouts the spring before because they were living at another post. Now there's been lots of movements with National Military Family Association and Military Child Education Coalition. There's so many organizations that try to help facilitate these moves. But I still ran into it, 10 years ago with our kids or 15 years ago with our kids. I know there are still things that the local communities can do to make it easier for moves on these families. And I hate to say it, from where we sit now, there are so many organizations that can help with Gold Star families as well. And there's so many things so many donations that can be made and that we never thought about before that now suddenly we realize are very important to military families.
Tunnel to Towers program, which can be very helpful, and we recommend that to people as well. And you have suffered yourself on that score as a Gold Star family. And you are helping now to make sure that those grandchildren of your late son can be raised. You left a wonderful beach house, and now you're nearer to the grandchildren. And I saw a picture of them, and aren't they absolutely beautiful? Is there anything also on that front for the children that we should be thinking about? Is education costs, things like that, the most important piece?
I don't even know where to start. Gold Star children are, we lost our son Steve along with 4 other crew members in a helicopter crash in November. Mm-hmm. Steve had read my book and edited the parts about Ranger School.
Did he? Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, his wife Allie I wanted, current wives. I was concerned I was writing the story of the wives from my generation, the spouses from my generation. So I wanted current wives to read it and see if I'd captured any of what they were going through. So Allie had read the draft as well. And my other son, Timmy, is in the Army, and his wife. So November 10th was the worst day of our life, November 10th, 2023. And when Steve died in that helicopter crash, along with 4 other crew members, and so 6 total children on that crash now don't have parents. And I don't think, Gold Star family is a club no one ever wants to belong to. I don't think America realizes not only what Allie and military spouses, Gold Star widows and spouses endure, but their children, they give more to this country than anyone should ever have to give to this country. So Landon, Duke, and Brody were 7, 5, and 3 when their dad died, and they gave their dad to this country. And we've learned a lot since November 10th, and there's been good, and we've tried to concentrate on that. What has come out of this, we realize, organizations like Tunnels to Towers have paid off Allie's mortgage, and thank God for that, because what we've also learned is the survivor benefit plan is a travesty of what she gets every month for someone who's been in the military for over 15 years. I could go on, but there are so many organizations that have been helpful. And I'm also proud of Steve's brothers and sister and his close friends and Allie have started the Dwyer Fire Gold Star Foundation, which is totally aimed at Gold Star children, empowering them by providing support and mentorship through sports and fitness. Steve was big into working out. My last text message to Steve was about the gym situation in Cyprus. And sports and fitness were very important to him, and the values that he wanted to instill in his boys would come from sports and fitness. So the Dwyer Fire Gold Star Foundation is aimed at providing cheer sections for Gold Star children at their sporting events, meet and greets, playing in the park with, volunteers who help. So I'm very proud of them for doing that.
Oh, I'm glad to know about that, because I think I'm going to send Lawrence Jones to come cover an event. I would think that would be great. My last question for you is, a lot of people believe that they'd love to write a book. I love to read fiction. That's how Siobhan, our mutual friend, and I met. I read her book, You Know When the Men Are Gone, and then The Confusion of Languages. Just unbelievably good books. It's daunting. I don't even know how to begin to write fiction, but you nailed it, Gail. It's so good. Would you do another one?
Oh, I hope so. That would be good. I've been sidetracked recently, but I do need to get back to it.
Well, you're a great writer. This is a good read. I highly recommend it to everybody. It's called The Roof Above by Gail Dwyer, available now. And just get this, read this book, buy it for other people, and support Gail Dwyer and those at Black Rose Writing. Thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Oh, thank you, Dana. I appreciate it.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it, and the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life, it's full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones,
like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Sue Guzman. Israel launching a retaliatory response against Iran following last weekend's attack. Fox's Jennifer Griffin.
What we have heard so far from Iranian press is that there were 3 explosions in the Isfahan area. That is the location of the Natanz nuclear facility. We have no indication as of yet that the Natanz facility was the target.
On State TV says all sites are fully safe. United Nations resolution that would have paved the way for full UN membership for the state of Palestine failed Thursday following the veto by the U.S. Israeli United Nations Ambassador Gilad Erdan.
I wish to begin by thanking the United States, and particularly President Biden, for standing up for truth and morality in the face of hypocrisy and...
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Arizona Coyotes are moving to Utah after the NHL Board of Governors approved a $1.2 billion sale of the team to Utah Jazz owner Ryan Smith Thursday. The move comes after numerous failed attempts to build a new arena for the Coyotes in Phoenix. The team will begin play at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City next season. Miami Heat star Jimmy Butler will miss Friday's winner-go-home play-in game against the Chicago Bulls after an MRI confirmed he suffered an MCL sprain during Wednesday's play-in game against the Philadelphia 76ers. He could also miss the first round of the playoffs if the Heat advance. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It is not a league's place to withhold access because you don't like a question, especially because you don't like a question asked to somebody in college and you're the WNBA. We're going to be so precious about our women's basketball celebrities as the WNBA that because Dawn Staley was asked a question that she wasn't even offended by and answered the day before she played in a national championship game, that to protect her, you're going to withhold access to Outkick? It's loser mentality is what it is. And I want someone else to hold their feet to the fire on this. Let's have some other media outlets pitch in here. Let's have Fox pitch in on this. Fox News, Fox Sports. Someone else should say it too outside of Outkick. Someone else have Outkick's back on this because it's your access that's gone next. If media doesn't pitch in and say, hey, that was a pretty thoughtful question that got an interesting response, but give me a break.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Odyssey, we help protect this planet we all share through our One Thing sustainability initiatives. We donate $1 million of media every year to local environmental nonprofit organizations. And this month, our Odyssey teams will be out in our local communities cleaning up, planting trees, and more. When we each do one thing, it becomes 100, 1,000, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? For more, download the free Odyssey app or go to odyssey.com/onething.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The studio that brought you The Godfather may be about to get an offer it can't refuse. The private equity firm Apollo Global Management is considering making a joint offer with Sony for Paramount Global, which is right now in exclusive talks with tech mogul David Ellison of Skydance Media about buying Paramount. Bloomberg Intelligence says the Skydance proposal hasn't been well received by Paramount's non-voting shareholders. It was a blockbuster earnings report for Netflix, but investors are not happy. The streaming service added 9.25 million customers in the first quarter. That helped boost both profit and earnings, so what's not to like? Netflix will stop reporting paid quarterly membership and revenue per subscriber in the first quarter next year. That implies a slowdown, and its predictions for the rest of this year are fairly tame. On Wall Street, Middle East tensions are weighing on stock futures. S&P futures down 22, NASDAQ futures 118, Dow futures 123. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but new Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with new Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers.
Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Join the fun on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 when the Blue Jays are in town. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Should be a big weekend at Citizens Bank Park when the Phils host the Giants for a 4-game series Friday, May 3rd through Monday, May 6th. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Spring is the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. Try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, April 19th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Bill Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. We made it to the end of the week, and it's good to have everybody with us. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. How are you doing?
Ready to go.
I'm ready to go, too.
Going to do some good radio for 4 hours. Well, Dawn will do it for 6 hours. And then we've got community activity today.
We do. We're going to go clean up a park or something.
Yeah, pick up trash, rip up weeds and mulch, and
we're going to make Philadelphia a little cleaner and greener.
Wasn't that a campaign in like the early 90s?
Probably.
A cleaner and greener America.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll do some good work in the community later this afternoon. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. Whistleblower for January 6th, come on down. That'll be the theme of the big take this morning from one man who is going to blow the lid off of what you have been told about the past. We'll get to that. Also, the Trump jury in New York is set, and we will introduce you to the 12 jurors. We have details on 9 or 10 of them, and we will rattle those off this morning. Also, Joe Biden in Philadelphia yesterday.
Stopping by a Wawa, by the way.
And speaking of Wawa, I hold in my hand.
Oh, for the love of God.
Phil Almquist bought me a $2 cup of Wawa coffee.
Wow, he spared no expense.
It's no longer hot, but I will heat it up a little bit later in the show, and we will do a first-time Wawa taste test.
This is horrendous that we even have to do this.
As a Philadelphian, as somebody that spent most of my life in this region.
You need to hand in your Philadelphian card.
I know. But there is a first for everything in this life now.
Oh, God.
We also have a Joe Biden cannibal update.
Oh, yes.
It was actually the Cookie Monster.
It was.
That ate Uncle Bozy. We'll give you the details.
Poor Uncle Bozy.
Poor Uncle Bozy.
You know what I was wondering? In Joe Biden's mind, you know in those cartoons, you know in like Looney Tunes where with the cannibals and they put Bugs Bunny over the big pot and they rotate him?
Yeah.
Is that what Joe Biden had in his mind?
I think so. I think that's how he recalls Uncle Bozy being devoured.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get to that coming up in the cut sheet today. Also, bad news for Joe in Michigan.
Bunga bunga.
Stop.
I'm sorry. It's just stupid. It's the dumbest. It's the dumbest
I
thing
love when Greg gets tickled.
I've never heard it. It was a giant lie. And it's the dumbest lie I've ever heard. He just watched the Looney Tunes cartoon before he went out on stage.
Oh, man.
Uncle Bozy,
oh, my goodness.
Uncle Bozy met the same fate as Bugs.
I was texting with one of my buddies last night about politics.
Yeah.
And he hates both sides. He's not really into it. But he goes, is it me or is it a bad look for America when the current president is a guy who claims his family was eaten by cannibals? and the other guy used to host a show on NBC called The Apprentice. I said, yeah, it's pretty much what we have, folks. But, you got to take what you get in this lifetime, I guess. So we'll talk about that. RFK gains ballot access in Michigan. Joy Reid thinks Major League Baseball needs DEI initiatives.
What?
Yes. Major League Baseball needs diversity, equity, and inclusion in a sport that's based on merit. So we'll get to that. Columbia riots, the cut sheet, and also Jason Kelce has apparently lost his Super Bowl ring.
Well, that was quick.
And we're going to have to talk about this.
Yeah.
Because as a man...
Jason Kelce. I think it meant Travis Kelce.
Yeah, Jason Kelce lost his Super Bowl ring from 6 years ago.
Okay.
So we'll get to that. But before we get to all of that, there's a lot out there in the world of news, including what's going on with updates in the Middle East, all of that and more. The great Dawn Stensland at 6:05.
And good morning this Friday morning. Yes, April 19th, 47 degrees. We'll tell you when the sun will come out this Friday morning. And I'll begin with local news, and we'll get to an update on Israel. But a man is under arrest, according to police, for, they say, trying to rape a woman, then kidnap her from the parking lot of a grocery store in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, just outside Philadelphia, obviously. 41-year-old Daniel Pearson of Yardley is now facing more than half a dozen charges, according to law enforcement. This happened 8:30 Tuesday at Redner's store right there in Middletown Township. So the DA's office, authorities saying the victim told police she parked her truck right near the back of that parking lot. She gets out. A guy grabs her from behind. She describes a terrifying situation. She's screaming, fighting, trying to get away from this guy. Couldn't break from the man's grip. Pretty big, strong guy. There's a struggle. The victim says her attacker, identified by the authorities now as Pearson, pulled down her pants, punched her in the face. I mean, this is a terrifying situation. Obviously, the suspect lifted her up and moved toward his truck. She says, and according to authorities, trying to kidnap her, take her away. The victim then continues screaming and gets away, gets loose from him, thank God, and gave the police the description of the vehicle that her attacker got away in. They were able, they say, to track him down to a home in Bristol Township. He's known to police, they say, for his use of methamphetamine, among other things, was arrested last night after he left his home while driving another vehicle. They were able to track him down. He's behind bars on $1 million bail. Shoppers, the community, quite shaken up over this.
$1 million bail. Yeah, he won't be posting that anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just, it's a cliche to say, but this is every woman's nightmare. You run late to the grocery store and, oh my goodness.
You said 8:30. Was that 8:30 at night, I'm assuming?
Yeah, this was in the evening.
Okay.
So they were able to track him. So it would have been dark at that point,
correct,
obviously. So But the community quite thankful, obviously, that they were able to get this guy. There was a meeting last night, and this is horrifying. Parents are outraged. A huge meeting in Pembroke, okay? And this is more than 50 parents gathered after a girl who had warned counselors that she went to the office in the morning at her middle school, Pembroke Middle School. She told her counselors that there was a threat out, that she was going to be attacked at lunchtime. Okay, she's a 7th grader, victimized here, attacked, clubbed in the head with one of those big metal Stanley cups, as they call them.
Yeah, the kids these days, they love these big 30-ounce Stanley jugs.
So there's surveillance images of the incident that happened. She had to be rushed to the hospital, stitches, all kinds of staples and stitches in her head, blood everywhere. So this is causing an outrage. Parents packing this meeting, North Penn School District meeting last night, voicing concerns about this attack and the motivation. This happened in the afternoon around 1:20 in the cafeteria, Pembroke Middle School, like I say, in Wales. So Upper Gwynedd police responding. They have the surveillance video, shows a 7th grader walking along a lunch table when another student runs toward her and starts slamming this big metal Stanley cup in her head.
Yep.
The parents saying to the school district officials, this was avoidable.
Yeah,
she
warned that it was going to happen, right?
So the father saying, my daughter went to her counselor twice to the office to say, I'm scared.
Yeah.
That there's a student threatening me. Help me.
Yeah, and for those who don't know what a Stanley is, if you have a Yeti, one of those aluminum coffee mugs, I mean, it's kind of what it is, maybe a little bit bigger. I mean, imagine being smashed in the skull with this. These things are pretty hard to course.
This is what it sounds like on my desk.
Yeah. Now imagine that on your skull.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Upper Gwynedd police described the incident as an unprovoked, sudden, violent attack. There were witnesses to the meeting. One girl, this was all girls, one girl says she was right next to the victim. There was blood all over her. I mean, that's how horrible this was. I heard a local media report, and they said, well, the good news is the victim has been released from the hospital. I will tell you, the police say the victim's injuries are quite severe. And she has staples in her head. She's has a concussion.
Wow.
She is suffering horribly.
Wow.
I was just going to say that for all the and we have a video we'll show you coming up later in the show of what happened with a school assault in a bathroom with a handicapped child. It seems to me, just in general, when we hear these stories, they're happening as frequently with females as they are male fights in schools.
Yep.
Yeah. So we don't know the motivation. The school says they can't talk about it because they're all juveniles and so on and so forth. So parents and the community quite upset, obviously, over this one as well. We also have confirmation now this morning from the White House as far as what happened while you were sleeping. And early this morning, the White House, as well as Israeli officials, confirming this morning that, in fact, missiles were launched in a retaliatory strike against Iran. So this is Israel confirming this, but as well, U.S. officials and senior White House officials confirming this. So flights to Tehran and that region suspended following this reports of an explosion that was heard in the Iranian state media reporting that one. So this is near the Isfahan airport and by the way, the 8th Shikari base of the Army Air Force in the northwest region of Isfahan. This is Iran. Yep. So the missile launches following Iran's attack, obviously, last Saturday, where the country sent a volley of more than 300 of those drones and missiles toward targets throughout the country. Clearly, this is going back 7 months. We still have 133 Israeli civilian hostages being held, and this as tensions rising. Remember that Monday night is the beginning of Passover.
That's right. I will say it is remarkable just reading the story here and going back to last Saturday. They had 300 uncrewed drones and missiles. That Iron Dome in Israel is just a fabulous defense mechanism. I mean, hardly anything got through from Iran. I mean, there was very, very few casualties and very few successes with over 300, attacks, so to speak. So that's pretty remarkable. I don't know that Iran has necessarily the same level of sophistication as Israel does, but it'd be interesting to see what we get update-wise throughout the day.
I will point out that the Israeli retaliation comes as Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei marks his 85th birthday. So happy birthday, Supreme Leader.
Should we sing happy birthday to him?
April 19th.
Wow.
Happy birthday. So we have that going.
He's coming to help us clean up the park today.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's just a coincidence that it's on his 85th birthday.
Exactly.
My dad. Speaking of 80-something's birthday, Joe Biden in Philadelphia. I know we'll talk about that one, his big visit, and as well, a lot of Kennedys there.
Did you guys see that he ordered an Italian hoagie and he called it a sub?
Yeah, that's a violation.
He touts being from this area all the time. Scranton, Wilmington, or Delaware, whatever.
Right.
If you're going to be from this area and tout this area, you can't call it a sub, man.
Agreed, but I'm also from this area, and I hold in my hand a cup of coffee from Wawa that I've never had in my lifetime. Maybe a poll question. What's the bigger violation? I've never had Wawa coffee, or Joe calls a hoagie a sub?
I love it.
I mean, you could. So what are all the names? You have hoagies, sub, submarine, grinder. Is there any other names out there for hoagies? I've always just called it a hoagie.
Yeah,
I think most people in this area throughout their life have called it a hoagie. I think grinder is like a New York thing.
No, is it a Boston thing?
Is it a Boston thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a hoagie.
It's a hoagie.
So we've got that going on with Joe Biden in town. So much happening. I will also mention as I get to the forecast as well. One more thing. We still don't have Kevin Boyle.
He's still on the lam.
Where's Kevin? I think of Home Alone. Kevin! I just have that in my head.
Kevin's not here. Kevin's not here.
We don't know where Kevin is. Obviously, police this week releasing information that, in fact, he allegedly violated order of protection and from his ex-wife. And so they put out an arrest warrant. Now we have in Harrisburg, because we have that slim margin that we talked about, we have Democrats saying, well, should he leave? Should he be? The Republicans say, well, let the upcoming election, because remember, we have a little election coming up Tuesday.
Yep.
And so let the election decide.
Can I throw in a piece of information that I just received for the school assault that you just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Mark Fu just sent me a text. He says, what they're not telling people is the kid that beat the girl is transgender. So technically a boy beat up a girl.
Wow.
That is apparently, according to Mark Frusetti, I have no reason to think that he would be wrong. He's been very accurate with a lot of stuff, privy to a lot of information. I'm assuming that's not in anything publicly. Mm-hmm. And why is that?
Well, I will just say this. I never report things unless I have the official confirmation. But
okay.
That is something that is that I've heard.
Okay.
Well,
but I don't have.
I mean, you're being a news person.
Yes.
Nick's being a commentator, so we're fine.
You have integrity, and I'm a schlub.
But you're not naming an unnamed source.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? And obviously, Mark Fazzetti has pretty good sources.
He does.
So that we can probably take that one.
So if we're wrong, tweet him. Don't bother me.
No, I'd say we can.
I'd throw Mark right under the bus. Excuse me, Sergeant Mark.
I think that
who, by the way, said Sheets is better than Wawa.
Yeah, so his credibility.
I don't know.
Yeah, so disregard everything I just said.
When it comes to food, maybe not so much, but when it comes to police matters, I'll trust Mark.
Okay.
But I think that's what all the meeting last night. That's why you're seeing this outrage, because the allegation, the underlying situation, is that these families are saying that in the name of something that's political, they allowed this girl to be victimized,
right?
And that if that hadn't been going on, would they have pulled the kid?
Yeah.
So that's inexcusable, and I have some good lawyers if they want a lawyer.
Yeah.
Let's get to the forecast really quick. We do have our Phillies open our series with the Chicago White Sox 6:40 this evening.
Here's a barn burner of a series.
And it should be a lovely.
God.
It should be. It's 61 degrees today, mostly cloudy. The sun will peek out, And so it'll be a little chilly, but seasonable for sure this evening. 61 is the high, so we'll warm up. We started out in the mid-40s this morning. Your weekend, I think you're going to love this one, especially Greg Stocker loves his vitamin D with the sun.
Yes.
So 68 degrees for your tomorrow for your Saturday.
Nice.
Don't be discouraged, Greg Stocker. When you wake up early in the morning, you might see some sprinkles.
Okay.
They're going to go away.
Okay.
And then Sunday, 61 degrees with sunny skies. This is Kayal and Company News Live, Friday morning edition.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:18. Let's get to one last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The Big Take, truth versus narrative pertaining to January 6th. Yesterday on The Big Take, we zeroed in on NPR and their new divisive CEO, Catherine Marr, who claimed everyone can have their own truth. For over 3 years, however, the mainstream media, Democrats, and the establishment have told us there is only one truth about what happened on January 6th, 2021. Donald Trump incited an insurrection. That's what we have been force-fed. And since that day, talking heads on TV and the left have tried to tell us that J6 was the equivalent to, or worse than, 9/11. The reality is, the truth always comes out, sometimes sooner rather than later. And over the last year or so, we've had additional footage from January 6th released to the American public. In total, there's 44,000 hours of surveillance from cameras, and most people with a functional brain have seen what this really was. A mostly peaceful demonstration, certainly with a handful of bad apples that went too far, but the number of people that didn't do anything remotely wrong or illegal that were ultimately agitated by Capitol Police, groups of people not posing a threat that were tear gassed and pepper sprayed, which took a campfire and turned it into a bonfire. And yesterday, we received more insight as to what really went down on that day from those who were directly involved at Ground Zero. Timothy Nick is a National Guard captain who testified under oath yesterday and completely obliterates the January 6th narrative that has been put out there from the federal government. Captain Nick accuses the United States government of lying to the American people. Here is part one of the military whistleblower giving his background and setting up the story. Listen and watch the first clip.
I'm here today to aid the subcommittee in resolving factual errors in the official record of what happened on January 6, 2021, specifically regarding the alleged District of Columbia National Guard, the delayed response caused by critical presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed Pentagon senior officials. I was concerned by the events that unfolded that day on the United States Capitol. As a federal officer of the United States Secret Service and a former state trooper with the Florida Highway Patrol, my heart goes out to all law enforcement officers, sisters and brothers that held the line that day to restore public order to the chaos. I'm here today with my counsels, Lachlan McKillen and Dan Meyer of law firm Tully Rickney. The firm has advised me, beginning with my role as a confidential source to the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. When my confidentiality was breached, it was Dan who intervened to ensure I was protected as a military whistleblower.
Secret Service, state trooper, super credible. Now keep in mind, at least from my perspective, that these whistleblowers, whether against NPR, Boeing, or the federal government, they have everything to lose and nothing to gain by risking their careers and in sometimes their lives in an attempt to share the truth with the world. So what was Timothy Nick's role? Let's hear part two directly from the source himself. Listen and watch this.
First, I want to explain my role on January 6th. I was assigned as aide-de-camp, the personal assistant to Major General William Walker, the commanding general of D.C. National Guard. It was my only second day on the job. Please focus on alleged facts found in the November 16, 2021 Department of Defense Inspector General's multidisciplinary review into the D.C. National Guard response and Department of Defense's role that day. I can say unequivocally that the Inspector General's review is riddled with inaccuracies, misstatements, and perhaps false flags and narratives regarding how critical Pentagon senior officials responded when our republic was under great stress. For instance, during a conference call at 2:31 p.m. with members of United States Army, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, District of Columbia Government, and U.S. Secret Service.
No way. I thought misinformation, disinformation, misstatements, and false flags were something that only right-wing Trumpers spew. That's remarkable. The reality is this could have been stopped, but those who wanted Trump out wanted this to escalate and to ultimately erupt. It would be their nail in the coffin for the Orange Man. And you remember Nancy Pelosi on video saying she was waiting for this day. She's so fired up. She's going to, quote, punch him out. We've played you that clip many times on this show. Here's part 3 of the lies of the D.C. National Guard. Listen and watch this.
In addition, former Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy claims he was on a 2:31 p.m. call and spoke on that call. This is false, unless he was in the room shadowing the call and he did not speak nor identify himself. He was not on the call. He was en route to Washington, D.C. Regional Office at the Federal Bureau of Investigation to support that agency's concept of operations plan for January 6th. He went on to claim that he called and spoke to Major General Walker at least twice, ordering the deployment of the D.C. National Guard. This is also false. At no time did General Walker take any calls, nor did we ever hear from the Secretary on any of the ongoing conference calls or the secure video teleconferencing throughout the day. This I know because I was with the Command General the entire time recording events. Throughout the day, Major General Walker told by staff officers to stand by with respect to deploying to the Capitol Hill. Only at 5:09 p.m. in the early evening, which I wrote down in my wheel book, was the D.C. Guard given order to deploy and move to the Capitol to assist Capitol Police. We arrived too late. One American lay dead with other sisters and brothers injured, including federal and local law enforcement officers. We were ready and standing by. I know if we were able to deploy immediately when General Walker made the request, the National Guard could have helped end civil disturbance and restored public order quickly.
This is the way the swamp has operated since the day Donald Trump put an R in front of his name, came down the escalator, and shook up the political world, defeating Hillary Clinton. They've had a vendetta against him from the jump. And think about how late our government was. And it was late by design. The most advanced, sophisticated nation in the world let their guard down on purpose, driven by a political hatred for a once beloved mainstream media Democrat. Here's the last clip of Timothy Nick. Listen and watch this.
National Guard motto is always ready, always there. The D.C. National Guard was ready to help and assist Capitol Police, but we were not allowed to do our job due to paralyzed decision-making by Acting Secretary of Defense Chris Miller and Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy. This led to federal leadership in the Pentagon. This led to a crisis in federal leadership at the Pentagon and delayed the D.C. response by 3 hours and 19 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and articulate the facts as they happened. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
The more we learn, the more you realize that many who have downplayed January 6th are not liars, apologists, or cult members. They're not conspiracy theorists or domestic terrorists. Sure, there were some who went too far, but an overwhelming majority acted properly, well within their rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Instead of comparing January 6th to 9/11, which is outrageous in its own right, the real comparison should be January 6th, 2021, to the summer of 2020 BLM riots. This is why the mainstream media has been melting down. This is why the government has been trying to silence you. This is why big tech wants to censor you. They don't have a monopoly over the information anymore. And the truth is a threat to the establishment. And Timothy Nick has illustrated that courageously even further. The federal government, as you know, not your friend. Neither is the mainstream media. They want you to go about your life uninformed, uneducated, and regurgitating what they tell you. They love the fact that you were distracted, and they fear people like Timothy Nick, like Donald Trump, like Elon Musk, on and on and on. And some people, if not many, believe the U.S. government killed JFK. Some people, if not many, believe 9/11 could have been prevented. If both are true, is January 6th and the federal government's involvement really out of the realm of possibilities? I think not. The U.S. government allowed the January 6th riots, not insurrection, riots, to happen in order to pin it on one man. And that's Donald Trump. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Get 0% financing for 60 months or a $2,000 customer bonus on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. Only during the 75th anniversary sales event. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne or piazzavw.com today. We'll come back, get some thoughts on what we heard there on the Big Take on the other side, as well as we will meet the official jurors for Trump's case coming up in New York, the Alvin Bragg case. And we've got the background of all of these individuals. How favorable is it to the prosecution? Who looks to be Trump friendly? Who looks, at least on the surface, to be neutral? The details on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on a Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For the first time in 35 years, is that right? Philadelphia 76ers, your Philadelphia 76ers, face the New York Knicks in the playoffs. The Knicks are the favorite right now at -2.5 because they're playing in the quote-unquote Mecca, Madison Square Garden. So it only seems right that new customers on FanDuel can play their way into $150. All you have to do is place any $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. It is a great app. You can do everything. You can place money on the first basket to be scored, who that'll be, number of dunks, largest comeback, biggest run by either team, player points, player rebounds, player assists. It's all right there for you on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an amazing 35% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington today.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Spring is here. Get ahead of summer pricing and availability. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently before you get stuck without cooling on blistering hot days coming up. 0% financing options are available. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash. or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Vacation? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.635, it is a Friday morning. Good to have all of you in. It's Kayal and Company.
By the way, this is for Dickie Betts from the Allman Brothers. Died yesterday at the age of 80.
80?
There's only one surviving member of the Allman Brothers. The original Allman Brothers left.
Okay.
J-Mo, the drummer.
Wow.
Everybody else kicked the bucket.
Look at you with a little precursor to today in music history.
Well, I just like to,
Yeah. Stealing Phil Almquist's thunder here.
Not really. I mean, this is
tribute song.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of good stuff coming up here on the show. Cut sheet at 7:45 this morning. All sorts of big stories. But yesterday, in much sooner fashion than many people expected, we were thinking and we were hearing reports that this jury selection for the Trump trial in New York was going to take every bit of a month and a half, if not 2 months. Looks like they have wrapped up jury selection in all of 1 week as the 12 jurors have been selected and sworn in to serve on Donald Trump's first and unprecedented criminal trial. By the end of jury selection yesterday, the third day of jury selection, 12 jurors had been selected and sworn in. The jury pool so far includes 4 men and 3 women, and they come from professional backgrounds that include law, finance, technology, and more. Judge Merchan saying, quote, "We have our jury. Let's pick our alternates." And then Merchan dismissed the remaining prospective jurors on Thursday and asked that they return to court on Friday so the alternates could be selected. So that will go down today. But are you guys ready to meet the jurors?
I am.
All right.
Let's do it.
Dawn Stensland, are you ready?
Come on down.
I feel like Bob Barker back in the day on The Price is Right with that real skinny microphone. It's like thick as a pen.
Yeah.
So you've got a bunch of like liberal women that are clapping, they're jumping up and down, they're doing the whole bit. They're going to come on down to the stage. So we do have most of these individuals' information. There's 2 or 3 where they provided no information based on their juror number. But juror number 1 and the 4-person.
Come on down!
Yes, thank you very much. Lives in New York City. He has no children and enjoys doing anything outdoorsy. He gets his news from a combination of the New York Times, MSNBC, but also the Daily Mail and Fox News. So I would say that's 2 left and 2 right sources. And when asked by Trump defense attorney Todd Blanche if he was aware that Trump is charged in other cases in jurisdictions and how it affects him, the man said, "I don't have an opinion." Okay, so based on what we know, I would say, and here's what we'll do.
Yeah.
I'll say advantage Trump, advantage prosecution, or neutral, based on what we're providing.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Can we, it shouldn't be advantage Trump either. It should just
who's
be
more favorable to the prosecution or defense?
No. We're not going to do this whole thing where it's like, well, this is a good juror because they favor Trump. No, it should be who is going to be fair and impartial, right?
Well, apparently all of them said that they can be impartial.
Okay.
But based on the sources that they give as far as where they get their news, you can infer maybe which way they lean. I think that's fair.
Okay.
I would say this is an even. This is no benefit one way or the other. This guy seems like, for whatever he is told during the voir dire process, doesn't seem like he is slanted one way or the other. Juror number 2.
Come on down.
Is a man who said he allows former Trump, he follows Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, on X, formerly known as Twitter. He also follows other, quote, right-wing accounts, including former Trump advisor Kellyanne Conway. The reason he said he follows those figures was so he could be plugged into anything that might move the markets I might need to know about. Not really sure what that means. He's talking about stock market. What is he talking about? When asked if he would unfollow Cohen, as he may be a witness in the trial, the man said absolutely. The man also said he has not seen any evidence relating to the case, and he will, quote, try to keep an open mind. In response to questions from Trump lawyer Susan Netchels about his feelings about the former president, the man said that Trump has done some good for the country. Quote, it's ambivalent, he said. It goes both ways. From what I gather here, this seems somebody that would be favorable to Donald Trump. Juror number 3.
Come on down.
Is a young to middle-aged man who lives in Manhattan. The man said he grew up in Oregon. He's been an attorney for 5 years practicing corporate law. And the man says he enjoys hiking and running. And he gets his news from the New York Times and Google.
Google?
I say advantage prosecution here.
Wait, Google?
Google, yeah. Like he Googles things.
Okay. Google's not a news source. It's a search engine. You dummy.
At least he's searching for some, unfortunately, maybe. It's like looking for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah.
I say advantage prosecution, but I'll leave that up to everybody else. Juror number 4.
Come on down.
Such a hacky radio bit. Juror 4 is originally from California.
Yeah.
Has lived in New York for 15 years. The man said he has been a security engineer for 25 years. He holds a high school diploma with some college education. The man is married with 3 children. His wife is a teacher. During his spare time, he enjoys being with his children, woodworking, and metalworking. The man says he has served on a jury before, both a grand jury and a jury in a criminal trial. The man says he gets his news from a, quote, smattering of news sources. And as for social media, he says he doesn't use it. How about that? Greg Stocker loves this guy. They'll go out and get beers together. The guy's not on social media.
Amen.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So that's juror 4. Juror 5.
Come on down.
Is a young native New Yorker who has been a teacher of English language arts for 8 years. The woman was previously a caseworker at a juvenile detention center, has a master's degree in education, says she is, quote, creative at heart and enjoys photography. And the woman says she gets her news from Google and TikTok.
Oh God.
Oh, great. We're doomed.
Dismissed.
We're doomed.
Yeah. Challenge for cause, Your Honor. She's psychotic. Get her out. So that's advantage prosecution. So that's juror 5. I'll speed this up just a little bit. Juror 6 is a young woman who lives in Manhattan, describes herself as a New Yorker. She's a software engineer, says she likes to dance. I don't really think that gives much information. I mean, young women typically hate Trump, so you can maybe argue prosecution. Juror number 7 is originally from North Carolina, is an attorney and a civil litigator, is married with 2 children. Wife works in risk management. The man says he gets his news from the New York Times, the Washington Post, the New York Post, and the Wall Street Journal. That seems relatively balanced. So that's juror number 7. Juror number 8, we have no information on. Juror number 9 is a woman who lives in Manhattan, originally from New Jersey, works as a speech therapist. She has email subscriptions to CNN and the New York Times.
Email subscriptions?
Yeah, she probably gets like those email alerts.
Yeah.
Hey, Trump farted, tune into CNN. We're live and local right now. So that's juror number 9. Juror number 10, pretty even based on some of the information. Lives in Manhattan, was born and raised in Ohio, works for a large commerce company, has a college degree, nothing really specific, but does listen to podcasts on behavioral psychology.
Okay.
So this guy might be a deep thinker.
Yeah.
I would say relatively even. And we don't have any info on juror 11 or 12. I would say there are far more, and this is not breaking news by any stretch, people that you would think probably are in favor of the prosecution. But it does seem like we have a few people that you could say is a toss-up and 1 or 2 that maybe the defense really likes. So probably I think what we were anticipating from a juror pool that, is probably about 90% Democrat.
So what I want to know is how many do we think are going to be dismissed during this trial? I think the alternates are going to be super, super, super important.
Good point.
Yeah.
I would agree, especially if these Trump lawyers continue doing more digging and it comes across that some of these jurors maybe lied or they didn't share the whole truth or maybe their social media gets scrubbed or details emerge of biases that were not brought up when these individuals were questioned. I don't know how many staff members Trump has working, searching during this process, vetting all of these people. But we've seen, if you recall, 30 years ago in the OJ case, there were multiple people that were dismissed off of the juror as Ito found out that people were tainted and contaminated, so to speak, and couldn't be impartial.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this was a very, very quick process to find jurors, in my opinion.
It was, especially based on what we were told for how long it would take. So there's your details on your Trump hush money jury and the trial that will begin next week as far as, I would imagine, opening statements and things of that nature. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. It's amazing what people want to talk about sometimes.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to weigh in on our hoagie conversation. So we'll rattle through some of these calls when we come back.
Because Joe Biden went into a Wawa yesterday and called it a sub.
That's correct.
I got an email from one of our listeners that said hang on, let me just quote it before we go to break here.
Okay.
Just so to whet people's appetite before.
Yeah. Love a wet appetite.
In the coal, it's a sub in the coal region.
Ah.
Joe Biden is old coal region. I don't know
Okay.
what that means. I guess because of the Scranton.
Yeah, I guess the Scranton ties. Well, Joe's a part of every region.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get to Joe, his day in Philadelphia, his appearance at Wawa, and your hoagie take calls on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Hey, do you want a greener, healthier lawn that's also safer for your family and your pets? You want to call my lawn care company today. Natural Lawn of America. I've been a customer for years now. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. Their certified specialists actually tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This environmentally friendly approach reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your family and your pets to enjoy. I'm always talking about, my buddy boy, he's 15 now, and I feel safe when he goes out in the lawn, looks at the deer, says, he doesn't even bark at the deer anymore. Natural Lawn, they're locally owned, Pennsylvania, family operated right here, in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Competitively priced. They have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. give them a call. Just call them today because the limited time offer does expire at the end of this month. And that offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program and they will seed your lawn every year free of charge. Call 1-800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED, or visit naturallawn.com. Learn more. Choose My Lawn Care Company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 6:50, rolling on live on a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, and Greg Stocker. 855-839-1210. We will get to Joe Biden, his recap of a day from Philadelphia, including also one voter that went off on Joe in Philadelphia. Very similar to the vibe and the theme that we got from Harlem when Trump was there earlier this week at a bodega. So we'll get to that coming up. Also, bad news for Joe on the ballot when it comes to a state that is going to be tough for him, and that is Michigan. RFK Jr. gaining ballot access in a big swing state. So we'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit. But a lot of people want to weigh in on our hoagie talk from earlier this morning. Oh, and by the way, also on Twitter, I want to read this real quick. Pat27 on Twitter says, when introducing the Trump jurors, he is getting more of a Love Connection, Chuck Woolery vibe compared to Price is Right.
Yeah. We should have bounced that around a little more to see what the appropriate, game show music was.
You're
so
right.
I apologize for that.
Take it under advisement.
Yeah, it was kind of off the cuff. Sorry.
All right. Let's grab these calls to wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Joe is in Berks County, and he's got some thoughts on our hoagie conversation. Joe, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just want to say hi to the team.
Hello.
I enjoy your show every morning as I drive into work.
Thank you.
Woo.
What do you
on
got?
The
On the
hoagies?
Yeah.
The hoagie got their name from Hod Island, sandwiches that were made for the ship workers there.
It's true.
Oh.
Another name for them is a Zeppelin.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard that.
And a grinder is a toasted sandwich that originated in the New England area.
Oh, okay.
I was right.
Yeah, I was thinking Grindr more New York or Chicago, but yeah, the New England, Boston area for sure.
Isn't Grindr an app?
I think that's Tinder.
No, Grindr.
careful. Yeah.
Grindr is too.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm out of the app game these days.
Well, you wouldn't know this one. I believe it's a gay app.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's apps for everybody, right? App diversity is what we need in this
Not
world.
that there's anything wrong with that.
We got diversity in our app
store.
store.
My joke just went right over everybody's head. Holy man.
Lisa is in Pennsylvania. Want to talk hoagies? Lisa, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're doing well. What do you want on your sub today?
I want a fried shrimp po' boy
Oh,
with only mayonnaise.
Wow.
Okay.
And it's got to be Blue Plate mayonnaise. That's Louisiana's mayonnaise.
you're not a Duke's Mayo gal?
Nah.
Okay. Nah. Anything else, Lisa?
No, not really. Just
All
wanted
right.
to let you guys know about the po' boys.
Thank you. Your order will be up at your number 37.
Making us hungry.
I feel like I'm working at like Popeyes or something right now. What am I doing with my life? All right, 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2, and then we're going to get to Joe in Philadelphia, also in Michigan with RFK Jr. We've got a ton of great stories today, and also in the 7 o'clock hour, you're going to want to get to YouTube, another one of these awful, horrific beatdowns in a school, and this one involves a bathroom and a handicapped individual. I hope that this person gets the book thrown at them. The sick details on the other side. Cut sheet in less than an hour. We're back after this on a Friday. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. So you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Okay, guys, we gotta put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no kicking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing.
Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously, right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
7:01, hour 2 underway here on a Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. At 1210 WPHT on social media. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. And also, we're going to get to the story that transpired at Columbia University yesterday, where finally these anti-Israel protesters were arrested and hauled off of campus. University president finally coming out and saying, all right, police, go in there and get rid of these people. 108 arrests were made yesterday. And also one sitting member in Congress with some very interesting details of her child being involved. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland. Oh, no. Her microphone went bad.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
We are this Friday morning, April 19th. We're going to warm up to 61 wonderful degrees today. Fills tonight. We're sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation and Kayal and Company News Live this hour. You've been talking a lot about the Trump jury selection proceeding, that trial expected to be underway on Monday. But let's talk about closer to home. A lot of political stories in the aftermath, for example, of Joe Biden here in Philadelphia yesterday, endorsed, as expected, by 15 members of the Kennedy clan, the youngest sister speaking out of RFK Jr., for example.
I have to ask a question about this, Nick, if you don't mind.
But
does she have the same affliction that her brother does? Because when I heard her speaking, she seems to talk... Not as bad, but it seems like maybe it's just the accent. I don't know, but it seems that she has some sort of.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never actually heard her. I know he has. I think it's vocal dystonia or dysphonia.
Dysphonia.
Yeah, it's one of those two. But he's got obviously a terrible condition.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that they would both have that. That seems
I agree with
incredibly
you.
odd.
I agree with you.
Or rare.
I just heard it. I was just like,
Okay. Maybe it's an accent thing.
Maybe.
Okay.
Number 2, we'll talk, since we talked about Joe Biden in town, but we also have word that, first of all, nobody has found Representative Kevin Boyle, right? Brother of the better Boyle, Brendan Boyle, who spoke out and said that his brother had a mental health issue. As you know, State Representative Kevin Boyle has been in the news, and not in a good way. Reportedly violated a protection order by his ex-wife. There is a warrant out for his arrest. He reportedly has not yet turned himself in. And so amid this, we're hearing that he's been voting this week. He's actually been, not in person, but he's been allowed to.
So is he on the run? I mean.
On the lam.
On the lam?
As we say, like the old... On the lam.
Because obviously if he was at his residence, I would imagine the authorities would show up and probably have shown up, and he's not there, and they would arrest him and, issue the warrant, serve it, and haul him off. But he's just bouncing around voting.
Yeah, we don't know where is Kevin. Now House Democrats are taking steps toward expelling him. And think about this, because he's up for re-election. Mm-hmm. And we have some fine Republicans running against him. He's being primaried, and he's had some competition. So they're worried about that seat because they're just one seat away from losing control.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So that's going on. Republicans are saying, hey, just suspend him, let him go through the legal process, because everybody has a right to remain, innocent until proven otherwise.
Right.
Democrats saying, no, we need to expel him now.
Uh-huh. They're always thinking about the bottom line, aren't they?
Indeed. We have reports of New Jersey's Bob Menendez reportedly may inculpate his wife when he goes on trial, and she's telling friends she's convinced she's going down.
Wow. He's going to throw his wife under the bus.
Exactly.
I love electric school buses.
Right under that electric school bus.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
So New Jersey Senators Bob Menendez's wife confiding to friends, and this is making national news, that she's going to go to prison. Now, she's telling them that she's short of money for legal representation.
Aww.
So this is Nadine, Democrat's second wife, faces up to 45 years in prison if convicted on bribery and corruption charges. She goes to trial in July. Her attorneys withdrew from her case earlier this month after successfully having her trial put off until July because they say, has some kind of a medical condition.
Mm-hmm.
So she was able to put that off. But in any event, the worry here, according to her friends, is that they're running out of money, and I guess Bob is burning the money on his own defense.
Well, you run out of gold bars. This is what you have to do, you know?
Exactly. So we've got that going on. I love Stevie Nicks. She has now written a poem for Taylor Swift's Tortured Poets Department. Taylor Swift, I don't know if you guys heard.
I've
never heard of her. Who is this Taylor Swift person?
Well, everybody's going crazy because I was using the Stevie Nicks angle just because I
want to talk about Taylor Swift
and
her new dumb album.
Well, so Taylor Swift overnight dropped a new album.
Dropped.
Tortured Poets Department.
Yeah, Tortured Poets.
Four-time Grammy winner releasing her new album, The Tortured Poets Department.
Ugh.
And so now Stevie Nicks is
something tells me Phil will not be dropping any of the the debut single at 9:52 today.
That name, the name of that album just makes me want to hit something.
Yeah.
Tortured Poets.
Are you putting her in the same camp as Mellencamp, Bruce, and Elvis now?
Well, no. Look, I mean, she's a very talented person. Not that those other three are not.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, speaking of my take on Elvis,
yeah,
Linda Kearns, who I know you have on your show a lot, Dawn, she is refusing to come on any radio show on 1210 until I apologize for my Elvis take.
We've got an Elvis boycott.
So
what did you do?
I am going to respectfully decline that I will not apologize.
Oh, come on.
For my Elvis takes, and I'm sorry.
Your take over the bottom line of this station. Dawn, I would not tolerate this. Dawn, you book her right now.
Are you just a hunka burning love, Greg Stocker?
I've never seen so many people get so upset over Elvis.
You should
Elvis
maybe just stay off mic for a while. Until you
collect
your thoughts.
That's what we're going to do.
Until you collect your thoughts.
So Greg Stocker's just not going to be her teddy bear. He's not going to apologize. I'm just gonna throw out like Elvis titles, you know.
It's fine by me. It's Friday. Let's get weird.
Let's get weird. What else? The forecast. Should I just get to the forecast and get to our wonderful sponsor? It is a weird Friday. It's a freaky Friday. So we're sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation and AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation. They're really the people to call to make sure your home's ready to keep cool this summer. Carrie, Bill, great guys, the entire team. They are dedicated professionals, and they're going to provide the highest quality service. Call them today. Schedule a spring tune-up and save big time. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. So we do have there's a Odyssey gathering today to clean up the Earth. Is it Earth Day yet? Did we have Earth Day?
I'm not sure. It's
tomorrow.
We're close to Earth Day.
Yeah, tomorrow's 420 too.
So think of, that's right. Dun, dun, dun.
Yep.
So for this lovely day that we think about the Earth, our Odyssey co-workers, we also think about our Phils taking on, the White Sox, 6:40 p.m.
Yeah, Sixers tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sixers tomorrow night, right?
Yep.
6 o'clock, yeah.
We're in it, baby. So let's talk about it. Tomorrow's a lovely day. Today we're looking at, it's mostly cloudy today, but it's pretty normal. We're only at 46 and cloudy, but it feels like 43, so quite breezy. But the promise, according to all the meteorologists, is that we will warm up to 61 beautiful degrees today. We may even see the sun peek out a teeny weeny bit. However, for your Saturday, it's going to be lovely, upper 60s, and the sun comes out big time this weekend. And then we drop back down to 61, 62-ish for your Sunday. Still seasonable, and still sunny. So that's your forecast. That's your weekend. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:10 here on this Friday morning. So you will see Joe and you will hear Joe in the cut sheet with his appearance yesterday in Philadelphia at Wawa. We got a lot of Joe coming up in the cut sheet, but let's talk a little bit about his appearance in Philadelphia as he wrapped up his 3-day Pennsylvania tour yesterday, where he accepted the endorsements of members of the Kennedy family. The North Philadelphia event was held at a recreation center named for Martin Luther King Jr. Biden's prospects against former President Donald Trump, certainly in this crucial swing state, and I would argue in every swing state and around the country, could hinge on some of the certain demographics and groups of voters, whether it's Hispanic voters, young females, or black voters, and whether or not black voters in Philadelphia and in Pennsylvania turn out in large numbers in the heavily Democratic city. This according to, as I'm reading from the Philadelphia Inquirer. And, Joe was, touting yesterday how Robert F. Kennedy Jr. inspired him and created this passion and encouraged an entire generation of people like Joe Biden. But when we've looked at some of the different groups of people in this country and how they have polled, I do believe that Trump is doing as well as the polls indicate with the Latino voters. I also think it's very accurate, and I'm getting the sense, just based on some of the things you read, some of the clips you hear and you see, that number that Trump has gone from roughly 12% of the black support in 2020 to about 20, 25, some people in some polls saying 30%. I do think that is accurate. And I want to play you this clip. This was from one individual here in Philadelphia yesterday, because you're starting to pick up on a theme and a trend. And again, Trump's not going to win the black vote overwhelmingly. He's not going to get the majority. But if he is at 20 or 25% in a razor-thin election that he lost 4 years ago by 44,000 votes, doubling in the black vote from 12 to 25% could very well be the difference. And this has the same vibe as we've seen and heard in Atlanta when Trump was going for his first appearance in the Fani Willis case. This also has the same vibe as we saw 2 days ago when Trump was in Harlem and went to the bodegas. Here is what I would assume is a registered African-American voter just going off on Joe Biden and how he wants Donald Trump back. This is cut sheet clip 18. Go ahead.
So, my thing is, you got all these people here for this guy named Biden, right? We got a lot of people, veterans in the street suffering. You got low-income families where he actually came to visit, struggling, but you got migrants, immigrants coming over here illegal, and they're helping people. When are you going to help American people? That's what I would like to know, And then you pull our troops from Afghanistan, make us look weak as a country. Now people don't take us serious. They laugh at us. They look at us like a joke. And then on top of that, you're not mentally capable of running a country, bro. Who is? Trump. Trump is, listen, he's quick to push buttons, but that's what we need. We need an iron fist for this country. Because Biden, he's going through Alzheimer's. He's a joke. Trump, he don't play around, man. He gets things done, and you see action. You see action, man. He gets things done. We don't need this piece of in office. I'm sorry, my bad. We need Biden, bro. Not Biden. We need Trump. Bring Trump back because he got things done, and we seen results. Actually, stimulus checks that were handed out to people. What is Biden doing? But being weird and can't even make speeches. Some of the say doesn't even make sense. I don't even understand what he's saying. So, Trump, please come back, man. We need you, bro.
I think there is a growing sentiment in the black community amongst black voters that echo verbatim what that guy just said yesterday. And he even says, and the way he frames it there, Trump's quick with the trigger and, he can agitate people, but he got things accomplished, right? And, we've talked about this many times. You can compare the economies. Dawn, you've talked about it, peace and prosperity. But I think now more than ever, and in my opinion, it's still not a high enough percentage. Mm-hmm. I'd like to see it be more. But you are seeing, I think, many people in marginalized communities historically in the past that are done with the Bidens, they're done with the Democrats, and they're done with, we're not going to be sold a bill of goods anymore and take the bait, so to speak. And I think that guy probably speaks for maybe 1 out of every 4, 1 out of every 3 black voters that are tired of Democrats and Joe Biden in big cities.
Yeah, I think that this terrifies partisan Democrat.
It should.
operatives. And so I think, well, that's why we see the hype. That's why we see Biden in Philadelphia constantly. But who's he with? He's with the Kennedys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so I think there's a disconnect there that I know he's, on one hand, he's trying to get the endorsement from the Kennedy clan because of RFK Jr., who, by the way, released that lovely statement, where he said we may be divided over politics and have a lot of different opinions, but we are united in our love for each other.
Mm-hmm.
What a beautiful statement that he made.
Agreed.
And so gracious.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think, truthfully, I don't think Biden in Philadelphia, first of all, I don't think it affects anybody who likes RFK Jr. I don't think that did anything. And on the other hand, he was in Philadelphia with a rich white family. I don't think that really did anything for the African American community, who may feel like they have a disproportionate hit by the economy, by Bidenomics, by the defund the police movement.
Yep. And you hit on the Bidenomics and the economy. I think that is the entry level and maybe the only level point that many communities look at as to why they are considering Donald Trump, whether you're black or Hispanic, or even if you're white, it doesn't matter. Yeah. If you look at it and you say, you know what, the bottom line is I had more money in my pocket under Donald Trump. And I was told this, I was told that, and we haven't seen any. I mean, how many big blue cities that are sanctuary cities are taking veterans or those that typically are first up to be afforded, housing or being able to stay in a rec center if they're homeless, and they get the boot, and in comes an illegal immigrant. And it ticks off a lot of these people that say, well, wait a minute, what about me? Maybe it is true. Maybe it is America last. And I also think that there are many people in the black community that are probably tired of being taken for granted. If I was a black voter, I would be personally offended if a Democrat just automatically assumed I'm going to rubber stamp D for the rest of my life with you not getting me the results that you promised you would when you campaigned on them. Mm-hmm. So I think it's something certainly to keep an eye on as we move forward.
Can I just play? I know I mentioned this about 18 minutes ago, but I just want to play. Can I play Carrie Kennedy, RFK Jr.'s sister?
Sure. And the youngest.
And tell me if you think it. Maybe it's not as pronounced as he is. He's really hard to understand, but she has something going on there. Okay. Listen.
And on that terrible night, he said, "What we need in the United States is not division.
See?
What we need in the United States is not hatred.
Yeah.
See?
It's like a choppiness.
Yes. It's not violence or lawlessness.
See?
But
I'm
love
telling you.
And wisdom and compassion toward one another, and a feeling of justice towards those who still suffer in this country, whether they be black or they be white."
I'm telling you.
Yes, RFK has a neurological condition called spasmodic dysphonia, which obviously causes that kind of, choppy, almost overly anxious approach to your voice. I actually, when I had my vocal cord issue, they thought I had that initially, and but it got ruled out. I just had, some vocal fatigue and stuff like that. But yeah, there's definitely a connection there between RF. So no, wait, where are they from? Him and his sister.
I mean, really?
Yeah, I off the top of my head, I can't even remember anymore.
I mean, they're all from the New England area. Yeah.
That's not an accent thing.
Did you really ask where the Kennedys are from?
It's Friday. My brain is mush right now. Okay. I don't even know where Biden's from at this point anymore.
And you're not even jet lagged from going from Italy.
No.
But in spirit, you are.
I'm truck lagged from driving around 202 yesterday for 4 hours. So yeah, spasmodic or spasmodic dysphonia is what I can't imagine. Is that hereditary? How could that be?
I don't know, but it is the same. It's not as pronounced, and I'm not even saying she has it. I don't know, but she does seem to have the same affect on it. That's not a.
Okay, I just looked this up. In some cases, spasmodic dysphonia may run in families.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Although a specific gene for spasmodic dysphonia has not yet been identified, a mutation in a gene that causes other forms of dystonia has also been associated with the dysphonia. There's two different ones, dysphonia and dystonia.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well,
I'm telling you, because I listened to that live yesterday, and I was like, boy, that voice sounds and her there's a video. You can see the video of one of, I don't know if it's their brother standing behind him, who looks just like RFK, who has some weird thing happening with his mouth too. I don't know if he had a stroke or something. I don't know.
Oh my goodness!
What a family.
By the way, I don't know that. I'm just guessing.
Right.
But he had some sort of droop happening on his mouth.
Maybe Bell's palsy or something like that.
I'm sorry to laugh.
I'll pull the video and I'll play it during cut sheet so you guys can see it.
Do you think that had any impact to have the Kennedys there?
No.
I just don't.
No.
And the fact that he released that statement to me was beautiful.
Yeah.
That he just a simple.
It's just a dig at RFK Jr., right? Like, hey, look at me, I'm with your family.
I'm sorry, but it's not 1968 anymore.
Yep.
The Kennedy endorsement. I mean, I don't know what it does.
The allure of the family, I think, is worn thin and worn off on many Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it were, I don't know, Maria Shriver is probably the biggest celeb. You don't see her, although she has been at events with the family and she supports Biden. I think that her silence is interesting to me.
Yeah, for sure. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, Mr. Kennedy's presence will be felt in a battleground state. The details on the other side. Kayal and company. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk for years about our friends from Piazza, the Piazza Auto Group. Well, spring, it's here, it's upon us. There's no time like the present to get back out on the roads, and my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are certainly going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just visit them at piazzapremiumautomobiles.com, or you can always stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. And that's what we're talking about when we say the power of Piazza and the Piazza Auto Group. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
At Odyssey, we help protect this planet we all share through our One Thing sustainability initiatives. We donate $1 million of media every year to local environmental nonprofit organizations. And this month, our Odyssey teams will be out in our local communities cleaning up, planting trees, and more. When we each do one thing, it becomes 100, 1,000, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? For more, download the free Odyssey app or go to odyssey.com/one thing.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company on a Friday morning, working our way towards what's on the cut sheet. That is coming up in just about 18 minutes. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. RFK Jr. has made the ballot in a key presidential battleground state. News coming down yesterday that Michigan becomes the second state that the independent presidential candidate has officially made the ballot for, following Utah. The campaign of the longtime environmental activist and high-profile vaccine skeptic, who is the scion of the nation's most storied political dynasty, on Thursday showcased that he has made the ballot in Michigan. The state is one of 7 crucial general election battlegrounds that will likely decide the outcome of 2024. Interesting, though, my initial thought was this is really bad news for Joe Biden. Joe Biden already has a problem in Michigan, specifically in communities like Dearborn, Michigan, with a huge Muslim population, very pro-Gaza. We know how those people typically vote. We know what they have been saying in the last 7 months, and we know Joe has a major issue when it comes to the Middle East on his hands. The campaign announced that Kennedy and his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, have been nominated by the Natural Law Party, a small party with ballot access in Michigan, and they came out and issued a statement yesterday saying he's the most qualified candidate in the modern-day history of America. We welcome Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Shanahan to the party. Although a Fox News general election swing state poll shows that when you insert RFK Jr. into the race in Michigan, Trump's lead without RFK or third parties is +3. In Michigan, Trump leads Biden 49% to 46%. But when you add RFK Jr., it drops a point from 3 percentage points to 2 percentage points. So I think there is definitely some vibes and some feelings out there that he is going to take more away from Joe. But you do see in some of these swing state polls that RFK has the reverse effect, and he chips away a little bit at Donald Trump.
I always said that I thought that he takes a little bit more from Trump than he does from Biden, but obviously the Biden campaign doesn't think that, because look at all the steps they're going to secure.
Yeah,
they seem to be more worried about Kennedy than they are about Trump.
I didn't even think about it that way, because if you look at where the typical numbers have been for most of these polls, it's been, Trump anywhere from 1 or 2 to up to 6, even 10 in some polls in some states. But then there's other polls where you see Joe with a 1 or 2 point lead. I still think at the end of the day, I still disagree with you. I still think he's going to take more away from Joe.
Well, I'm not saying he's not taking away from Joe. I think he takes away from both, but I think he takes more away from Trump. But obviously, the Biden campaign disagrees, because look what they're doing. So,
what do you, Dawn? What do you think the motivating factor is here to be schmoozing up with the Kennedys here?
I think that their thought was kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We're in Philadelphia again, Pennsylvania for the 3rd time this week.
Yeah.
And so they're going for, the whole shebang and thinking, okay, great, we'll get the biggity big endorsement, but it's in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a complete miss. I don't think they got anything out of that. As far if they were trying to get RFK Jr. voters or convince them because they have 15 family members bashing, it just feels icky.
Yeah.
Because
feels like a slimy thing to do.
Nobody,
right?
yeah, nobody wants to hear somebody else's domestic family.
Right.
He said that. It's just ew.
We know politics are personal, but
Yeah.
I think it does turn off a segment of society to a certain extent.
You don't want your little sister
right
spewing, the family baggage or whatever.
I didn't like when Aaron texted into the show and said I used to climb out the window at night after curfew. So I totally agree with that.
Now, if they had come out and said funny thing, that's something different. If it's funny or loving, but it was just it seemed trivial and petty and nasty. And so every one of us right now, we can all relate to family members, unfortunately, and families who've been divided over politics.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes personal. You think, oh man, that's a sin. That's a shame.
Right.
It makes you sad.
Yep.
Next, but if you believe what the report was, Nick, last week, where RFK Jr. said that the Trump campaign asked about him to be a potential vice president, what does that say?
They want him out of the race as well. They know that both sides know that he's a factor and an issue. You got one trying to get him to be a Veep, another one they don't want to offer Secret Service protection to. They don't want to welcome him in a primary to challenge him, and then they want to grab his family members and use it to bash him. So.
Well, I'm just saying, look what the Democrats and the CIA did to his uncle and his father. So if I were him, I would be, I'd be very wary about anything.
Does he have Secret Service protection yet?
No.
I mean, that's to Greg's point.
He's been denied countless times, multiple times. There's one guy that needs Secret Service protection. It's that guy. Right?
I think
all the Kennedys do.
The whole family has it.
Especially the males. I mean, it's a weird legacy.
That's a cursed family, by the way.
No doubt about
I
it.
hope he's wearing a bulletproof.
Yeah,
exactly. And a helmet. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, speaking of a helmet, I wish this person was wearing a helmet because we're going to show you a video, and there's audio as well. But if you're not on YouTube yet, get on over to YouTube. A horrific bathroom assault on a middle schooler who was handicapped.
Oh, God. What are we doing?
There's a larger issue at play here going on in this country with the obsession of filming other human beings beating up other people. And I think it's sick. We got to flush this out a little bit. We'll get to that on the other side. Cut sheet at 7:45. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I just saw somebody on the YouTube chat say, Sixers in 6. Nick, Kayal, what do you think about that? Sixers in 6?
6 or 7. I would bet the Sixers on the series line. Yeah.
All right. Look at you. Well, the first game in Madison Square Garden this Saturday will be the Knicks are favored. So we'll see what happens there. It only seems right the new customers on FanDuel can play their way into $150. Just place any $5 bet and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210. WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online row, any wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. What are the Knicks are a 2 seed, right? A 2 seed. Yeah. See terms at Sportsbook. By the way, the NBA tournament is so messed up. I hate the way they do the tournament. It's the worst. Where was I? Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-NAMBLER. Get my own way there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands. at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Ah, spring is in the air. If only I could grow money.
That's not a hard thing to do.
Wait, what?
I opened a growth savings account at First Harvest Credit Union. I'm earning as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield, and I have flexible access to my funds. I watch my money grow every day.
Growth savings account.
Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open or get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Last Sunday morning, the sunshine felt like rain. The week before, they all seemed the same.
7:41 on a Friday morning. Kayal and Company as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get on over to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. Cut sheet coming up in just about 4 minutes. But I do want to show you this video and discuss this story for a couple of minutes. Now, I will say, if you are tuning into YouTube, just a warning, it is very, very appalling. I don't know if I would say viewer discretion is advised, but it's sickening to see somebody do this to an individual that is dealing with a disability. I mentioned before the break that there was this assault in a Atlanta, Georgia middle school where a wheelchair-bound teen was violently attacked in an Atlanta school bathroom, and the video has surfaced, and there is a ton of outrage with this story, rightfully so. For those who cannot get to YouTube, I will set it up for you this way. You have a disabled teenager who's very small in stature in a wheelchair, little African-American girl, and a bigger African-American girl rips her out of the wheelchair and assaults her in a bathroom while other classmates, allegedly, or I'm assuming they're classmates, are encouraging this. They are filming it, and they are cheering this on. We can have a little bit of a conversation about this and what the theme here is and what really is troubling these people, because I think this is a trend, and it's a disturbing one at that. But let's fire up the audio and video. Again, this is very disturbing footage. Let's roll this one right now.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. What? Oh, my Lord.
Okay, so they're kicking open the stall door, and this poor girl in a wheelchair obviously doesn't have full functioning legs, and she's just trying to get back into the wheelchair, and this girl is just ripping her out of the wheelchair and tossing her around like a rag doll. You know, when we were kids, Stalker, in the 90s, people in schools did things or out in their community because they wanted to, and this was like a theme and a trend. They wanted to gain street cred, right? Mm-hmm. Like nowadays, this is just an assumption on my part. We are chasing like internet clout.
We are.
Where these kids are so obsessed with filming atrocities and assaults and violent criminal acts.
You are correct.
And they're doing it to share it and gain status on social media.
It's sick.
Like, where's your moral compass? Now, I get it. When you're a teenager, maybe your moral compass isn't fully developed.
Sure.
But like anybody that doesn't have a mental disability that is fully functioning with a brain would say, wait a minute, you can't have somebody beating up a paraplegic, a paralyzed individual, a disabled individual at the very least in a wheelchair. And these are the things that are going on in society today, in the internet day and age of social media.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say about this. I mean, we play these videos all the time, and it's not to be salacious. It's just
I want to root out the issue here.
Yeah, there's an issue here, and we talk about it all the time. Is it just we see this stuff more because of social media? Has this always gone on? I guess to a degree. But it just seems that it's just more vicious and just disgraceful. And people standing around videoing it. And
it's cold. It's callous.
Yeah,
there's
horrendous.
Like, where are the guidance counselors at that are trained in, psychology or have a master's or a doctorate in education to assess these children and answer the question of, are we seeing an uptick in anger in today's youth? I'm not so worried so much about the frequency. My guess is the frequency hasn't increased substantially, but the motive and the mindset behind those doing this, they just seem to be vicious and a level of rage that I don't think we had when I was growing up, when Greg was growing up, when Dawn's kids were growing up.
These people are animals. They're animals. I mean, it's just this is a pack animal mentality, and it's just there's no, if you're gonna do that to a disabled person and you laugh about it and you're just like you just have there's a moral compass issue that's just wrong there, and I don't know if it's how they were raised or what they see on social media, but that's
just it.
Yeah.
It's parenting.
Yeah, sure.
And you talk about, my teenagers, or Nick, your girls, this is, Greg, your little one, he's not in school yet. But I think that what we're seeing is a failure of parenting.
Yep.
And I'm not going to blame a teacher or even the guidance counselor can't be in the bathroom.
No, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
This is parenting.
Yeah.
And these kids are being, the reason that they're influenced by social media is because they don't have an influence.
Yep.
Where are the parents? And it has nothing to do with economic. I think today is the tragic commemoration of Columbine 25 years later.
Oh, wow.
And I remember at the time, it sickened me when people said, well, these kids come from good homes. And I at the time said, what? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, they were from what? Because you have a $500,000 home, somehow it's a good home. The parents that came out, the kids were building stuff and doing stuff in the basement, and the parents didn't know about it.
Right.
And you're thinking, what? I guarantee you, if my teenagers are in the basement, I'm inspecting. I know my house. I know what's going on with my kids and my house, etc.
Yeah.
This is parenting.
Yeah, you're right. The price tag of your home has nothing to do with the quality of parents living in it.
No, and a lot of rich people,
Yeah.
they rely on other people to raise their kids or look at the social media or look at the screen.
Right.
So this has nothing to do with socioeconomic.
Yep.
This is a failure
Yeah.
of these parents. And by the way, I wish there was we had an influencer because apparently it's not a preacher, or a rabbi or a priest anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish that somewhere as an influencer in this community, I don't know, is it Beyonce, is it Taylor Swift, whoever, to condemn this.
Yeah, you're right.
And to bring that little girl who's, like you're saying, much smaller, clearly is disabled and can't defend herself.
I know. What type of coward do you have to be to assault somebody in a wheelchair?
Yeah.
That's like the lowest of the low.
Yep.
So have everybody condemn that instead of laughing at it, and then have, I don't know, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, because we need somebody to be the moral compass within the girl community. We have locally a girl being attacked, a biological girl being attacked.
With the Stanley you said in the news this morning.
Yes, by reportedly somebody who
might be
a biological male. I don't have that confirmed, but we talked about in the 6 a.m. hour that's under investigation with Upper Gwinnett Police. And so maybe we need a Taylor Swift or Beyonce, somebody to come out and bring these victims on stage and say, we love you, we support you, nobody should hurt you.
Yeah.
And anybody who does that is a coward.
Right.
By the way, Brad on the YouTube chat says this is the same audience of people that we are being told are capable of making life-altering decisions about their genitalia.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a very good point.
It's an excellent point. These people can make a permanent decision about the makeup and anatomy of their body, yet they're in there fighting and killing each other over a wheelchair and throwing Stanleys at people's back of their heads. Oh boy!
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. We are almost at 1 year. I believe tomorrow is the 1 year anniversary, even though tomorrow's Saturday. Tomorrow is the 1 year anniversary of us streaming live. We've done it, I believe, every day since April 20th of 2023. It's the 1 year anniversary of us streaming live, so please help us get to 6,000 subscribers.
Yes, indeed.
Would appreciate it.
All right, 7:49. Let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I want to kind of stick on the subject of crime. It's not where I intended to start, but Nick Kayal, you threw something at us that I want to piggyback off of.
All right.
This one has not to do with children. This is more illegal aliens from Haiti that are coming into this country.
Okay.
We've seen what has been happening in Haiti with cannibals.
Yep.
Maybe one of those cannibals ate Joe Biden's uncle. I'm not sure. But not a joke. It is not a joke. Yeah, the Haiti's best and brightest are coming here. This person was arrested for the brutal murder of his two roommates in New York. That's not shocking or surprising. What's shocking and surprising is he arrived at the border in 2023 using the Biden administration's CBP One app before the Biden administration officials released him into the country.
The CBP One app?
Yep.
Okay, that's not like the Citizens Bank Park app.
No, that's not the Citizens Bank Park
Just
One
checking.
app. Here's that news report. This is cut 11. Philip, go.
According to ICE, the Haitian migrant you just mentioned turned himself in seeking asylum here in El Paso last year. He was then allowed to live in the United States. He now sits in jail accused of murder. We do have his mugshot. Take a look.
Looks like
Kayal
a doozy.
Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Is a Haitian national who is living in Middleton, New York when he
Dead
was
eyes.
arrested for second-degree murder, among other charges, after killing his two roommates earlier this month. ICE says Baptiste arrived in El Paso July of 2023 after booking an appointment on the CBP One app. He was processed, granted access into the United States, and was waiting on asylum hearing by a federal judge when the murders happened.
There you go.
So in 10 months, he comes here and then allegedly kills two people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but I would think entering a country is very serious. I'm not sure I would like to see that in the form of an app that you can download. Yeah, it's not like it's not like DoorDash or Uber where we're downloading apps these days. And oh, by the way, too, seeking refuge. Why do I get the feeling like Americans might need to start seeking refuge from some of these bad individuals? Like Trump was right. Like whether it's Haiti, Venezuela, Mexico, they're coming from prisons, detention centers, mental institutions, insane asylums, you name it.
All I have to say is that if that gentleman with the dead eyes that are half open came into our country and said, I seek asylum, I'd be like, sorry, sir.
Yeah, I know. Look at those
profiling, but I don't care.
Yeah, those eyes are pretty scary.
Sick.
It is very sick. Okay. Speaking of cannibals, I know it's shocking to you, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, but the White House yesterday admitted that Biden's uncle was not, in fact, eaten by cannibals.
Oh, I'd love to see how they spun this one.
Oh, jeez.
Phil, do you have we teased this coming into the show this morning. Do you have the photo? There's Joe, if you're watching on YouTube right now, that's Joe Biden's uncle who's in a pot with cannibals around him.
Yeah.
I just said it brought to mind the Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Uh-huh.
Where he's up on a stick and the cannibals are spinning him.
What do you think you throw in that pot when you throw a Biden in there? You put some peppers, some
onions. Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe a little protein. It's like when you go to those really good local mom and pop Mexican restaurants where they bring out that big kettle that's like flaming hot and still sizzling, and you got the chicken and the steak and the tomatoes in it. Oh, those are great. What do they call those things, by the way? Look at the people in the background.
Oh God,
that'd be a hell of a way to go.
Okay, let's. This is. They were on board. This was the press and the press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on board Air Force One en route to our beloved city of Philadelphia. This is cut 2. Philip, go.
Okay. Can we just see the cannibal tab in your book?
There's no cannibal tab. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Is that what you're asking me about?
Can you fit us in? Yeah.
Look, I'll just, and I think we shared this with some of you, so I'm just going to kind of repeat. Look, you saw the president. He was incredibly proud of his uncle's service in uniform. You saw him at the War Memorial. It was incredibly emotional and important to him. You saw him respond to all of you when asked about the moment yesterday. And his uncle, who lost his life when the military aircraft he was on crashed in the Pacific after taking off near New Guinea. The president highlighted his uncle's story as he made the case for honoring our sacred commitment to equip those we send to war and to take care of them and their families when they come home. And as he reiterated that the last thing American veterans are suckers or losers, and he wanted to make that clear. He wanted to make the story. I mean, look, I don't have anything beyond that.
Yeah, of course, it never has anything beyond that.
It was a really proud moment for him. It was incredibly emotional. I think some of your colleagues, as you know, Zeke, were there, and they got to witness the president pray at the War Memorial, look for his uncle's name, honor him, and I think we can't forget that moment, and we cannot also forget what it means to be a commander-in-chief, what it means to lift up our service members, what it means to
land the
make sure
plane,
that,
lady.
We respect their service, and he made that contract very clear as to what we saw from the former president.
So it was a giant lie.
So the reality is Uncle Bozy died in a plane crash when
I don't mean to laugh
when his plane crashed in the Pacific. He was probably dead on impact. Translation, he was never eaten by cannibals. But yet the leader of the free world is saying to the American public, Uncle Bozy was devoured by people like Hannibal Lecter.
By the way, the whole part of the story about the cannibals, that was wrong. But the other part was the very beginning where he talked about how after D-Day, all of his uncles went and enlisted in the army. What a great story, but unfortunately it's not true.
Factually incorrect. He's always got his calendar off by months and months.
D-Day was June.
Yep.
And his Uncle Bozy died in May. So it was before D-Day.
So it's just unbelievable.
It's just I don't.
And I could almost give you a pass for being off by 1 month. I mean, heck, when we talk about, hey, what do cops make? I'm off by $40,000, right? Like so. Who am I to throw stones here? Yeah. But I mean, you know, Uncle Bozy was eaten by a cannibal in New Guinea, and he believes, and he's really trying to tell you that.
But I think he has almost that Brian Williams kind of thing where he has to interject some story. He has to interject himself. It's the same pattern that we've heard when we had Gold Star families at Dover. And there they are grieving their son's sacrifice for our nation in that moment. And the reality of seeing your child in a flag-draped coffin, and there's this idiot looking at his watch saying, well, I know my son, I lost my son in war too. And we know, and the parents, again, in compassion, saying, look, I'm compassionate for somebody who lost their son, adult son, to cancer, but at least you were by their bedside. My son was over, serving our country. It's that same pattern of it's all about him, his stories, and always interjecting these lies.
Well, I think he has to interject the lie or try to make it sound like it's more interesting or entertaining or exhilarating, or the story or the backdrop is more fascinating. Because the reality is, Joe Biden, when you compare him to Donald Trump, he's just so boring and bland and vanilla. There's not really a ton of interesting, you say what you want about Trump, but he's bombastic. He's a lightning rod. He can be entertaining. He can be flat out insulting to you. He doesn't give a rip about anything. And there's a gravitas towards him, and there's an attraction. There's an attachment that you get with Trump. There's no attachment to Joe. He's peak milquetoast. He's just blah.
I just wish all I wish is that, like, politicians lie. They all lie.
Yes.
Trump lies. They all lie. My one beef is that, well, there's many beefs, but my one beef is that the media just doesn't call Joe out for these just blatant lies. And he has a history of it. In 1988, he was running for president. He was plagiarizing.
Yes.
Like, he has a long history of this.
He's a career fraud.
And the media just does not do anything about it. It's just frustrating.
It is. I mean, and you know, they always carry the water for the Democrats, but with this, it's almost like, well, we don't want to really pile on Joe because it would be elder. They give him a pass because maybe the only relatable element to Joe is that we all have a pop-pop that kind of embellished and told stories like this, sitting in his recliner, you know, saying something that was 99% false. And it's just, you know, well, that's what makes Joe. That's the one endearing quality the mainstream media tries to spin to you on Joe. He's the everyman pop-pop.
Speaking of Joe, we said yesterday he stopped by a Sheetz gas station when he was on his way back from Scranton. Yesterday he was in Philadelphia, so of course he stops by Wawa.
And I've got my Wawa coffee right here.
What do you think?
Very solid.
Okay.
Normal black coffee. Okay. I dumped it into the Yeti because it's easier to drink that way. I would give it. By the way, for those who don't know, first time I've ever had a sip of Wawa coffee.
Yeah,
it's
That's
fine.
bizarre.
It's bizarre. It's just I believe it's more believable that Joe Biden's uncle got eaten by cannibals than you have never had a Wawa coffee.
I give it a 7.7. Solid coffee.
So he goes into the this Wawa, by the way, and this whole thing was staged. He orders an Italian sub. Does not call it a hoagie. We had that debate earlier, why he calls it a sub and not a hoagie. But this is just a little bit of the audio and video of that from yesterday. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Mr. President, I'm going to pick up a few pounds here.
And I think we also included drinks for you as well.
He's Sherelle Parker eats it with, right, Dawn?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that the pizza?
Our mayor, yes.
Is that a pizza he's got there?
Yeah.
By the way, there's more fanfare when I go into Wawa than for Joe Biden.
That's funny.
There's like 9 people there.
Nobody's there.
The place is dead.
Yep.
Look at this. And a couple of cameramen.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
He wanted to order a milkshake.
Yeah, of course.
I think they want to do it over here.
Have you ever had the Wawa milkshake?
No.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
He's over by the sunflower seeds.
Yeah, there you go. It's just a little bit of it. I mean, just
so low energy.
It is.
And that's just it. Sherelle Parker is high energy.
Yeah.
And I would love to be a fly on the wall to hear her after this talking to, you know, her husband, her family, privately going, "Ooh, jeez." Because the look on her face is like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Optics matter, don't they?
Joe Biden got confused when asked by a reporter in Pennsylvania asking about when you drive around. You know, we talk about this all the time. When you drive around Pennsylvania, you see a lot of Trump signs. Not very, I mean, I'm being kind when I say not very many Biden signs. And this was his response to that. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
When you drive around the area, you see a lot of Trump signs, not very many Biden signs. Do you feel like you're in trouble here?
Well, you haven't been driving the right places, pal.
Boy, that was a quick-witted reply from the big guy, huh?
Yeah.
Anthony Dorenzo just sent in our group text, he said for the Wawa scene, to be fair, they might have emptied the store before they brought him in. But I would, and maybe that's true.
Of course, yeah.
Why would you want to do that, though? Wouldn't you want the president to be surrounded by people and have them talking and, hey, Mr. President, 4 more years, or can we get a picture? Wouldn't you want Joe to be like surrounded by fans? If he has fans?
I mean, the safety concern, maybe. I mean, if you're a Secret Service guy, do you want that? I don't know.
I mean, I got to imagine with the motorcade and all the protection, I can't. Do they do so? I guess this would be a question for anybody if you know the answer. Like when Trump goes into like the bodega, or Trump showed up at what was it? Where was he at? KFC or wherever he was with food most recently. Do they actually, if you are a citizen shopping in there and Secret Service comes in with the president, do they like vet you real quick before the president comes in to say it's all clear? I mean, we're talking about.
Oh yeah, by the way, this thing was set up hours ahead of time, because there's also a video floating around of the Wawa employees like fixing orders and stuff like that for them. So they called ahead. Yeah, you can't, like, when you're the president, even if you're Trump, you can't just show up places.
Right. No, of course.
So yeah, no, they had, but with the bodega thing, you know, we saw the crowd outside. We don't know what was inside. There was probably nobody inside.
That's true.
Probably wouldn't have allowed that.
Wow.
We talked earlier about RFK Jr.'s younger sister, Carrie Kennedy, and if she had the same affliction that her brother RFK Jr. does, which is what, Nicholas?
Spasmodic dysphonia.
So here's the video of her speaking. Listen closely and tell me if you hear the same affect in her voice that RFK Jr. has. Also, if you're watching the video, behind her, I believe it's her brother. I'm not 100% sure, but he looks like he has something with his mouth, or maybe he had a stroke or something. I don't know. His face looks a little
droopy.
Yes. This is cut 21. Phil, go.
Driving around the area, you see a lot of...
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Let's start this over. Greg was not prepared. Greg needs to prepare himself better.
Greg will have a meeting with himself.
I'll have a meeting with myself after the show. This is cut 21, starting over. Phil, go.
And on that terrible night, he said, what we need in the United States is not
You see the brother
division.
behind?
Yeah.
What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence or lawlessness, but love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, and a feeling of justice towards those who still suffer in this country, whether they be black or they be white.
See, there's some sort of...
Yeah, Phil, if you can freeze the video and just right toward the end there. So I do think she has this some lesser version to a lesser extent of what he has with dysphonia. But as far as his brother in the back with that look on his face, that's the same look I have on my face when Joy Reid comes on there. It's just a frightening experience. But yeah, no, I tell you what, talk about a tortured family.
By the way, Chris on the YouTube chat asked, why is this an issue? It's not an issue. I'm just bringing it up. It's just, I heard her speech, and it seemed to me that she had the same voice pattern that her brother does. And I was just curious about
it. But it is an issue for him. I do think, unfortunately, if we want to classify it, I would say as a vocal disability, it does work against him, I think, on a bottom line standpoint. He's very difficult to listen to.
Yep.
And I do think that works against him. Now, you might like his stance on certain issues or policy, but I can't see that being a net positive for him.
I think that here's the thing about this. When I listen to him, I forget about it. When he's giving a speech, it doesn't really bother me anymore because I'm used to it.
Sure.
And so I think that he's a good person. And I think he appeals to a lot of people. He appeals to teenagers. He appeals to independent voters who maybe just don't want, certainly to Democrats. I think it does hurt Joe Biden more. But I think it could potentially hurt Trump, potentially, if people just feel like they want another option.
I do think, though, for the casual observer of politics, somebody not like us in the weeds or our audience that consumes this day in and day out, you say, okay, RFK Jr. Oh yeah, that's the vaccine skeptic, right?
Yeah,
that's the redheaded stepchild. And then if you were to play a clip of RFK Jr. to this individual for the first time, it would be an instant tune-off, right? I would think a lot of people are like, oh, man, this guy really is crazy.
In the 6 o'clock hour, Nick played The Price is Right with all the jurors that have been named for the Trump trial. This is a dismissed Trump juror that was interviewed yesterday by MSNBC, and she reveals what she discussed with other jurors and says she's not sure the jury can be unbiased, which is what we've discussed in the past.
Right.
This is cut one. Phil, go.
I do. This is Kat. She runs a VC fund here in Manhattan for folks that are over 60 years of age. She was just dismissed as a potential juror. What happened? Why were you dismissed?
Because I couldn't be impartial.
You couldn't be impartial. So when the judge asked that hand, can you be impartial? You raised your hand and you said you cannot.
Exactly.
Wow. When did you first come?
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday. And at that point, when did you realize that this was a trial involving the ex-president of the United States?
Is she a Russian plant?
We were here on Tuesday from 9 a.m.
Yeah.
But we
Putin
realized
sent me.
that it's about this case on 4 p.m. We went into the courtroom and we showed Donald Trump.
You went into the courtroom at 4 p.m. on Tuesday and you see Donald Trump.
Yeah, we didn't know before that.
What was your first thought?
I was shocked. I was sitting on the second row, like 6 feet away. And when I realized that Trump is there, I was like, oh, wow. I couldn't believe it.
What about the people around you?
Everybody was shocked. Everybody was frozen. No, like frozen, no expressions, nothing. We were all, that was the case.
Did he look back at you? Did any of the attorneys look back at you at that time?
Sometimes Trump would turn his head.
Yeah.
But that was it, yeah. He didn't stand up or anything.
Were you following the case before this?
I didn't really. I'm too busy.
You're too busy, but you knew he was on trial, or you knew he was going to trial.
Yeah, it's just the headlines, but yeah, too busy to read the details.
Have you ever served as a juror before?
No, that's my first time because I just became a citizen in August.
Yeah.
And that was my first call. And that
so
was,
you just became a citizen of the United States, so that means you've never voted in a presidential election.
Exactly.
You get called to be a juror, and this is the jury that you are called to.
Yes.
What was that? Is unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
I know.
What was your impression of Donald Trump when you saw him?
He's handsome.
He looked less orange, definitely, like more yellowish, like yellow.
Less orange.
Nothing else than that. He looks, he doesn't look angry, or I think he looks bored, like he wants this to finish and go do his stuff. That's how I
go do his stuff.
Did you have any discussions with other jurors when you left the room about kind of how huge this case was, how historic it was going to be?
Yeah, everybody.
What were they saying? What were you guys talking about?
About this, it's a historical case, and this is going to define so many things.
She would be the perfect juror.
Yes.
Right? I mean, as far as like just being a citizen, right?
Impartial, like
yes.
to be unbiased. So it was weird, like the whole atmosphere, like it's such an important case at the same time. Yeah.
Did you talk to anybody that really wanted to serve in that jury?
That anybody that they wanted
Any of
to
the
serve?
other jurors that you spoke to, were there people that said, I want to do this, I want to serve on this jury, I want to be a part of this? Did anybody voice that to you?
No, but they feel the duty, definitely.
They feel the duty?
Yeah,
Duty.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Did you feel that duty as being a new citizen of this country? Was there a part of you that said, I want to serve?
I feel the duty, yeah. I'm a citizen, yeah, and I have responsibilities, right?
Yeah.
Of course, I feel the duty, yeah.
Does this make you want to follow this case even more?
Not really.
No?
No.
I'm too busy.
Do we? So are we guessing that she's a Trump supporter or not?
I'm kind of sliding in that direction, yes, but
she's an honest person, is what she is, and that's why it's a shame.
So why would she be dismissed? That's what you want.
Because she's saying, "Oh, well, Donald Trump, I know who he is." I think she's being very honest.
Okay.
And even when she says, think about it, she was expecting him to be angry.
Yeah.
Because that's what the media narrative is. And then she says, oh, he's not angry. He's not orange. All these things. So she would have been great, because I think she's in that courtroom and she's willing to look at somebody as another human being who is on trial in America.
And focus on the facts.
And and I'm really sorry that she's not a juror, because I think that overall she would have been an honest individual.
So he's not orange and he's not angry, but he's yellow and bored. But see, now this to me, unless I missed it, this is where the journalist right there, or that reporter, needs to say, okay, so you were dismissed. They found out that you could not be impartial and that you were biased. Why do you not ask if she was dismissed for being pro-Trump or anti-Trump?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. I mean, they talk about burying the lead. That clip was like 3 minutes long, and she doesn't ask that question.
Yeah,
that's a bad job out of her, in my opinion.
Why are you biased?
Or maybe that was one of the conditions of her being interviewed.
It doesn't matter. Once you're interviewing somebody, why do you think you were biased?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think makes you biased or disqualifies you? That should be the first. That should have been. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah.
And so that's what she should have asked.
Wait till Keith Olbermann gets a hold of that clip. He's going to start touting Russia collusion again. She was sent here from Russia to help Trump.
Trump yesterday after at 5 p.m. he came out from the after all the jurors were seated in the trial. He came out and held a little press conference talking about his experience in there yesterday afternoon. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
We're actually going to take you now to former President Donald Trump speaking outside the courtroom.
I'm supposed to be in New Hampshire. I'm supposed to be in Georgia. I'm supposed to be in North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm supposed to be in a lot of different places campaigning. But I've been here all day on a trial that really is a very unfair trial. These are all stories. This is over the last few days from legal experts. This is Wall Street Journal editorial. But all of these are stories from legal experts saying how this is not a case. The case is ridiculous. This is another one. The case is a ridiculous Trump indictment. It's missing fraud. There is no fraud. All of these stories are stories of how, and these are done by the experts and editorials. Bragg falsified business record, and he falsifies them. He's the one. He's the fraud. But take a look at all of these are stories. You see them here. Bragg's indictment even falls as an indictment.
Yes, look how his homework.
He's got more stuff printed out for the show than I do.
Bragg crosses the Rubicon, indicting Trump.
Whose job is it to print all that stuff out for him, staple it?
That's Phil's.
Anthony Lorenzo. Anthony's like running over there, fixing his camera, giving him the pages.
A DA or DA type store close. 18 or 19 or 21, they counted all their in and out like. And in the meantime, we have murders going on right outside in New York.
That's it.
Look at this National Review. Another National Review.
So there you go.
God.
He's just in
It's got to be 35 articles he's got printed out there. It's like, look at this one, the Wall Street Journal op-ed.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's unbelievable. But
yeah, the thing about this is I'm amazed they haven't just charged Donald J. Trump with, ripping off a label off of a pillow or a cushion.
Well, that's a Babylon Bee headline. Trump indicted for ripping price tag off of the My Pillow guy.
And by the way, this is not going to hold up on appeal because it's not a hush money situation. What they're doing, it's an old misdemeanor charge.
Yep.
Then they try to wrangle that, somehow twist it through to 34 felony charges.
Yep.
But you look at all of these different officials who are accused of campaign bookkeeping errors that are misdemeanors.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to shove it into a felony charge situation and jump through hoops to do it. It'll never hold up in an appeals court.
Yeah, and I don't even know that Bragg will get a conviction because I think obviously all you need is one person to vote not guilty. But this is a guy, and we talked about this in the past, Alvin Bragg, 52% of felonies that come across his desk get downgraded to misdemeanors. This was rejected by the federal prosecutors, this case. The previous DA in Manhattan did not want to prosecute Trump on this case. It was dead. The statute of limitations expired. Then he tries to reactivate it and bring it back to life by bootstrapping it to a felony when, as Trump said, you got all these crimes going on in New York. And that's the biggest joke of all. By the way, breaking news, Trump has just been indicted again for using up all the printer paper in New York's
CNN's Ellie Honig yesterday on the juror selection. He said he believes, I said this morning, and I believe this as well, that they're going to need all 6 of those alternate jurors because we saw this happen in the OJ case, and I think it's going to happen here as well. This is cut 19. Phil, go.
Sides kind of exhausted their challenges to strike various potential jurors. How quickly the judge moved forward and pick jurors.
It's a good indicator to me if we're thinking about how is this trial going to move. And I credit that largely to the judge. He ran this process efficiently, by all indications fairly. He's kept it from becoming too much of a circus thus far. And I will say the lawyers on both sides have not been obstructionists. And the fact that we got a jury picked here, and what really amounts to about 2.5 court days, they'll finish picking the last few alternates tomorrow. I think it's a good sign for the speed with which we can get this trial in.
How many alternates total do they want?
So they have 1 so far. The law says you can have up to 6. I think in this case, I would want all 6 because, look, we lost 2 seated jurors today. Now, it gets harder legally. Once the jury's sworn in, it gets much harder for a judge to release a juror, but jurors get sick, jurors get freaked out. Some of them could be spooked by a social media post. So they're going to need all 6.
So if jurors who are actually seated start to freak out, as you say, and just try to get off, those alternates would fill in. And if the alternates are exhausted, to an earlier point that Jennifer made, it would be a mistrial?
Yeah, then you got a problem. There actually is some law that you can finish out a trial with 11 jurors. That's happened before. The judge has a little bit of discretion here. I don't think we're going to cycle through all 6 alternates. I mean, that would be quite extreme, but I would bet we're going to lose 1 or 2 along the way, whether someone gets COVID, someone sees something on the news.
CNN, but they love COVID, don't they?
Jurors do drop out once in a while.
All right.
Yeah, so somebody might get infected by the zombie cicadas that are carrying STDs. You never know. I do think you'll probably see 2 or 3, maybe 4 alternates ultimately served, and hopefully they're all paying attention because these are long days, and then you've seen many times where it looks like jurors are falling asleep and they're doodling on their little pads and things like that. Hopefully these individuals are paying attention because like that one Russian lady that got dismissed, it is your civic duty, and this is one of the responsibilities of being a citizen. Get in there, and you get selected, pay attention, and focus on the only thing that matters, and that's the facts.
Let's go over to the insane children of TikTok, shall we?
I like the way you frame that, the insane children. It's like a television show. It's like a PBS special.
So this kid thinks that squatting should be legal, and if your property isn't being used, it should be seized.
Why not?
This is our youth, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cut 14, Phil. Have fun with this, Nick and Dawn. Cut 14, Phil, go.
I think we should abolish private property.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
You don't think anyone should be able to own property?
I think that as things exist, squatting should be allowed because people own property.
Yeah.
Property shouldn't just sit empty, and if they are, they should be seized by people who need them. We should work towards a world where people can have housing that's not based on how much money you have or how much access to capital or resources. It should just be a basic resource.
Right.
And so if squatting is a means to obtain that necessary right, that intrinsic, dignified right, which is not a human right, but access to housing is. And squatting as something that's illegal, I think the legality of it should be usurped for the necessity of access to material resources like housing.
Yeah.
There you go.
That message sponsored by the World Economic Forum. You will own nothing in this lifetime and you will be happy.
By the way, my prediction, she will be a congressperson in the next 5 years.
Reparations for everybody. You get $7 million. You get property. Yeah, whatever. Again, it's like this. We're creating this generation that goes on these long-winded word salads where they think they're speaking eloquently, like they've got it all figured out.
Intrinsic.
Half the time they don't even understand what they're protesting, and it's the victimhood culture.
Yep.
You shouldn't own private property. You should how about you just work your you-know-what off and acquire as many assets as you can in this lifetime?
Nope.
You know what? All the J6 defendants should just say, "Hey, it's the people's house. We're squatters."
Yeah. I was just squatting in Nancy Pelosi's chair.
Technically, it is the people's house, so you're not wrong, Don Sense.
No.
By the way, the best squatter story right now is Gordon Ramsay's pub in London, and man, boom, reportedly they're out of there.
Yep.
That's the funniest squatter story.
I love how DeSantis came out a week or two ago and said the squatting scam is over in the state of Florida. He ended that quick, fast, and in a hurry.
By the way, I just want to say this one more time. This is the group. These are the individuals that are going to be leading us in a couple of years. So
and now
just remember.
Now you know why I'm not really upset about possibly dying at 62. You think I want to stick around until I'm 80?
All right, another TikTok Ute. This is a TikToker that explaining that black people are more prone to eco-anxiety because the climate is racist.
Climate is racist, and you have anxiety.
Eco-anxiety.
Oh, boy.
We talk about this all the time. It's the fear of death because the climate is going to kill us all.
Right, because remember, in 1982, they predicted that Florida would be underwater by 25% of the state.
Yes.
Last time I checked, it's not.
We played that with Tony Bruno earlier this week. Okay, Phil, this is cut 15. Go.
Environmental justice issue that disproportionately impacts black youth. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk.
According to the American Psychological Association, eco-anxiety is defined as a chronic fear of environmental doom, and that may include feelings of worry, guilt, shame, despair, and even hope. However, just as the climate crisis doesn't impact people and communities the same, neither does eco-anxiety. When we fully understand the relationship between social determinants of mental health and climate change, we begin to understand that the nature of a person's eco-anxiety is also informed by systemic factors that exacerbate the ways that it's felt and addressed. Communities of color, and particularly black ones, are more vulnerable than white ones to sea level rise, wildfire, and heat waves linked to climate change. Black youth are more likely to reside in hotter regions that trap and radiate heat, have the highest asthma rates in the country, and are increasingly more likely to experience mental health illness, all while having fewer avenues to really access often life-saving resources, whether it be access to affordable health care or access to green space like tree canopy cover that can help mitigate extreme heat. When we couple contributing factors to mental health like poverty rates and white supremacy with generally worse exposure to environmental hazards and the climate crisis, we begin to understand how a racialized difference in eco-anxiety can emerge.
I know what mental illness looks like.
My God. So eco-anxiety, does that show up in DSM-4, the Diagnostic Statistics Manual, where they have all the mental health issues in this country documented and chronicled? I'd love to know that. I love that too, by the way. So it's racist if you live like on the 30th floor of a high-rise, because I am assuming she's implying that certain people can't live higher up, and the weather is racist. So black people live in hotter areas. Does that mean black people don't live in New York or Chicago? Last time I checked, those are pretty cold cities.
You know, Chester City has one of the highest asthma rates, 27% in the country. It's because they're burning all of our paper that we put in the blue recycle bin.
Oh.
This has nothing to do with Mother Earth. This has to do with the scam of saying, "Oh, we're recycling." Look at where the highest rates of these things like asthma are.
Yep.
It's because in Philadelphia, when we put the paper and the cardboard we separate it, you know where it goes? Chester.
Okay.
And they burn it. That's the joke of this.
By the way, the whole climate anxiety thing, we've said this a million times.
Yeah.
But this is our fault. Not ours, but parents.
Yeah.
This is the media's fault.
Drumming up this fear.
Because we're putting the ever-loving fear of God in these people that the world is going to end and that they basically have no future. And so they have anxiety over it.
Right. Well, the world's going to come to an end in 40 years, so I might not as well try to work hard and just, squat and obtain whatever I can now. Well, who was the politician we played months? It was probably in the beginning of this show, where she was saying that her children wake up in the middle of the night with anxiety over the climate?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, there was a politician politicians do this too.
Yeah, that child should be in a straitjacket.
And they scare the living out of their kids. God. Yesterday, we played those students at Mount Nebo High School, or middle school, excuse me, in Utah for protesting teachers for letting furries bite and lick them. You remember that?
Oh, how can I forget it?
Good job out of ABC4. I believe this is out of Utah. They interviewed a member of the furry community.
Member of the furry
I kid you not. I kid you not. If you want to see this video, by the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. For those of you who can't get over to YouTube, Nick, if you would like to describe this.
I'll do my best.
Okay. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
Thank you.
This is Strudel, a member of the furry fandom.
Dressed up like Beethoven.
Though they've been a furry for over a decade, they have their own opinions.
It's crazy that it's escalated to this point where these kids are being so distracting to their peers that their peers want to stage a walkout.
Take the head off.
You know, the next generation kind of muddy our name and not represent it very well. It is kind of disappointing.
Muddy our name. Strudel believes there should be some limits.
Continue doing things you like, continue dressing up, continue making art, but maybe let's keep it outside of school hours.
As for the school, Sorensen says they have one main goal.
We want every student to feel safe when they come to school, and we want students to get along. In fact, we want adults to get along.
Okay, so the district says they've worked with some students whose dress and appearance they say might be disruptive to the school environment.
Yeah, disruptive, that's one way to put it.
Okay.
How does a child that sees that focus on the curriculum without staring at that person dressed up like Rin Tin Tin?
If you look, I'm not trying to be cruel here, but if your kids are doing this, don't you say, "Hey, Johnny, Joey, Linda, please stop."
Yeah.
Stop with the dressing up like a and that reporter that had to sit there and interview this clearly psychotic person in a costume.
Right. But then if you're a parent and you lay the law down, it's, well, you're not believing my truth. You're an abusive parent.
Where the hell are we?
Respect my identity. This is why we got to put people on meds.
No, we don't. No, this is because people are on medication.
Well, don't say that.
This is because people are on those. I have anxiety, and then they put them on medication, and then they dress up like a freaking furry.
And then, by the way, what happens, especially when kids, let's say there's some state aid, and they turn 18 or 21 or whatever it is, and then they're popped back out on the streets because they're no longer a quote-unquote underage kid, and they've been medicated for free. And then we see, when we let them loose, what happens on the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah, I just don't recall many kids in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s dressing up as...
They didn't. They didn't.
So there's obviously something going on, okay? This isn't the evolution of society.
Think about, Nick, when we were in school. Just think about how the peer pressure, good, bad, or indifferent.
It was massive.
To look at to like if you had the wrong jeans on, or if you had the wrong shoes on, or if you didn't heaven forbid you got your shirt from Walmart or something like that, you would have been teased mercilessly for it. I'm not saying that is right. I'm not saying that is right. But now we've gone to the complete opposite, where kids can dress up as animals.
Yep. And you have to respect it and, identify them properly based on how they prefer to be ID'd. Even though I would refer to them as psychotic, I have to refer to you as your dog name. Do they have an alternate name? Like, is that girl's name?
Strudel.
Oh, Strudel. That's right. You're right.
But the difference is over time, bullying, all peer pressure, this goes back, thousands of years. This is a rite of passage for everybody who's prepubescent to teenage years, even into college. The difference is it has been supersized, politicized into this partisanship, and so now we are supposed to look the other way depending on the politics that is believed to support one group or the other.
And then when you point out these absurd stories or these people going through their issues, and you just call a spade, then you're labeled as you're not sympathetic, or you don't understand, or it's some form of bigotry or hatred. And it's like, no, it's just common sense, and you're lacking in that department.
Let's stick with children here for a second. A children's gender clinic whistleblower last Thursday claimed on the Dr. Phil program that she saw regretful patients asked to have their removed body parts restored after operations. This is Jamie Reed, who worked at the Washington University of Transgender Center at St. Louis Children's Hospital. She penned a lengthy tell-all expose last year in which she called gender clinics for kids morally and medically appalling.
They are.
On Dr. Phil Primetime, the host asked Reed, who is queer and married to a transgender person herself. Let me repeat that. This person is queer and married to a transgender person herself. What changed her mind about transgender treatments for youth? And this is what she said. This is cut 17, Phil, go.
We thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You describe yourself as a queer woman married to a transgender man.
Yes.
And you're a member of the LGBTQ community, and you went there to do something good, something positive at this clinic in St. Louis. What changed your mind?
A number of things. We started to see patients who were experiencing very significant medical harms, being rushed to the emergency room with lacerations requiring stitches. We had patients contact us who were begging to have body parts put back on within months of having surgeries. And the thing that kept happening is every time I would raise concerns and ask about the protocols and ask about the guidelines, this is just how the industry works. If a child says they're trans, there's no questioning it. We just say, yep, you're trans, what would you like?
You're telling me that a 12 or 13-year-old who can't decide which pajamas to wear can come in and say, I've decided that I want to transition, and with no more than a couple of hours or 2 visits, not even a couple of hours, 2 visits, they say, okay, start taking this, start doing this, which alters their biochemistry in a way that you can't come back from.
Correct.
And you say you saw dramatic increases in teenage girls that had no previous history of gender distress, and they suddenly declared themselves transgender and demanded immediate testosterone blockers.
Yeah.
Jamie, thank you.
So I think we gave the story right before or right after Dawn went on her trip to Italy, the largest study in the UK, 15,000 individuals, a majority of which realized that this was a trend, a fad, a phase, something that ultimately you grow out of as a minor. So translation, don't hack off your body parts or any of your genitalia, male or female, because in all likelihood, you will regret it. I would really just like to see this be completely outlawed and illegal in the United States for minors. If you're an adult, you want to do it, knock yourself out. I just can't, and I try not to tell parents how to parent. I don't know how you could go through it with that, with your child who hasn't had their brain formed.
Yeah.
And you can't challenge it or question it? Really?
So where does this all stem from? This is a news report out of Michigan where parents are blasting the DeWitt Public Middle School. This is not a middle school, excuse me. It's a public school. I think these are 5 and 7-year-olds. So that's what, elementary school, right?
Yeah, like 1st, 2nd grade.
Parents are blasting the DeWitt Public School's decision to introduce a lesson on pronouns in elementary school. The lesson will help students practice using they, them pronouns and teach them not to misgender. This is the news report out of Michigan. This is cut 16. Phil, go.
Public Schools is introducing a new lesson plan, exploring pronouns through discussion and literature. This lesson plan for elementary school kids is sparking debate across the community.
Debate.
5 years old to 7 years old, to me, it blew me away. They don't need to learn, about anything that's personal or sexualized or, gender specific. At 5 years old, those are my babies, and that's my right and my husband's right.
Brandy Strand is concerned for her kids who attend DeWitt elementary schools and says elementary school is just too young for a discussion on pronouns.
They don't know who they are yet. They're still growing. They don't know anything other than love.
There you go.
So I would guess that most 5-year-olds, if you walked up to them and said, what is your gender? They would not know what gender means. But I think if you go up to a 5-year-old and say, are you a boy or a girl? They would know that. So the fact that we're trying to muddy the water on pronoun and gender identification for a demographic of kids at a certain age group that don't even know what gender is, much less how to use pronouns not in their gender identity, but in English class, right? You learn about pronouns and adjectives and verbs and adverbs and all this other stuff. It's what are we doing with this rush to not only sexualize, but to this self-expression, which I think leads to confusion. this is a totally avoidable thing. And I don't know where this came from, but your pronouns were not a thing in 2016. I never heard of this until the pandemic. I really didn't. Maybe I had my head in the sand, but I've never heard of pronouns until the last 4 years when it comes to your identification.
Get your head out of the sand, Nick Kayal.
I could be in the sand. I don't know.
Yeah. Overall, I will say that I think there's an attack on traditional values. Mm-hmm. There's certainly an attack on women and mothers. There's that old proverb that says if you educate a girl and and she becomes a woman, she's going to become a mother. You educate a girl, you'll educate the village. So there's a real attack on girls and women and who we are. And I think it goes very deep, and I take it as a deep offense to everything we know and cherish.
Mm-hmm. As you should. As females absolutely should.
But it's more than that, Nick. It's the family.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what yesterday what we noticed on the Italy trip, a lot of the women we talked about, and I had callers yesterday. What we noticed was that in other countries, they cherish family. They still cherish girls. And even when we went out at night and we saw young women, they dress in a feminine manner. Mm-hmm. This whole manner to make women, dressing in baggy clothes and not celebrating your femininity or your body. It's this whole weird thing going on.
Yes. I've had enough of the last 4 years, to be completely honest.
Oh.
No, I haven't had enough of the cut sheet. I've just had enough of the last 4 years.
I had 8 pages full of stuff, and I haven't even scratched the surface yet.
Oh, my God.
Round 2 coming up in about 50 minutes.
I bring it.
Yeah, well, you do.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore. Exactly.
There you go. All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet. We'll come back, get Dawn's Big 3 at 8 on the other side. If you want to jump in for anything that you might have heard on the cut sheet, you can do so. 855-839-1210. Big 3 is on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
I love talking about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. You got to be comfortable with the people who you invite into your home for things like maintenance and repairs. You get that with Carrie, Bill, and their entire AMC team. They have a wealth of experience. They're dedicated to their field, and they are true professionals there at AMC. They take such pride in their work, and they believe in delivering high quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. I think one of the testaments, I see that one of the testaments to the quality of their company is that you see this same great crew. They've been together for years now, working together with such pride. It stands out to me that one of the first things, I think it was Carrie said to me, always ask if you are calling a company that you think some technician is coming out to fix something in your home, ask if that so-called tech is a commissioned salesperson. Did you know most of them are? I never knew that. At AMC, they do not earn commission. Okay, they don't sell you. They're not selling you on something you don't need. You can trust they're going to make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. AMC keeps to their schedule. They're going to communicate openly with their customers. And I think that's all about truth and transparency. Believe it or not, I know it was chilly this morning. We were in the mid-40s, and it feels like we're never going to see the warm weather or summertime, but it's going to be here before we know it. You want to get your air conditioning ready to keep your home cool. And right now, this is the time to call my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. Call them today. Schedule your spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Medication? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't? I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 8:45 as we continue live on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. So much to get to coming up, 9 o'clock hour. Right off the top, we will have two stories. Joy Reid complains that Major League Baseball doesn't have enough diversity in the sport. We'll get to that. And also, cops storm Columbia University and arrest over 100 anti-Israel protesters. And there's also a connection to Ilhan Omar, one of the squad Dems. We'll get to that story as well. And also, what's going on in Delco? One man with some great sources and some great information coming up shortly after our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20 this morning. But let's get to some of the news and some of the other pertinent stories that maybe we haven't discussed so far today, because it's 8:46 and it's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
We are sponsored by United Tire. DJT, Donald J. Trump, returning to court in Manhattan this morning for day number 4 of his historic trial. Full jury of 7 men, 5 women selected. Members including an investment banker and a speech therapist who admits he does not like Trump's policies. The court now has to select 5 more alternates after one was chosen last night. Trump's legal team already using all their strikes to get rid of potential jurors. So a point of clarification, this is not a hush money trial. It is, he has pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of alleged felonies with regard to bookkeeping errors, which normally some of these with regard to campaigns would be misdemeanors. That's the case. It's not a hush money trial. That's not correct, but that's what you're hearing in the headline. So I just want to give that point of clarification there.
Yes, indeed.
Number 2, this is a Kayal and Company follow-up because I know yesterday Nick Kayal had talked about Caitlin Clark and this sort of oafish comment by a male columnist greeting her. And so now that columnist is apologizing for, I think what we all agreed was a cringeworthy moment.
Dawn, right here, Dawn.
Let me
heart, baby, heart.
Let me play it one more time. Here.
Greg Doyle, Indianapolis
Hi.
Star.
Caitlin, Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
Ugh.
You like that?
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's
cool.
start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine. So,
oh God,
question is,
oh God, is that journalist influence peddling? What is he doing there? I won't write any hit pieces on you if you just get along with me.
He's being a creep, is what
exactly.
he's being, in my opinion.
Yeah. So he said that he did say he was sorry. He apologized. And he said that today, in my uniquely oafish way, while welcoming Caitlin Clark to Indy, I formed my hands into her signature hearts hands emoji. And he says my comment afterwards was clumsy and awkward. I sincerely apologize.
Yeah, unprofessional. And this is where we are in media today, across the board.
So, yeah, I think, most people just were like, ew, weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite stories that has come out, a mom on TikTok, and her name's Emily King. This is really cute. She and her husband having a good chuckle about this. She and her husband were planning their little girl's 1-year-old, first birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
They meant to invite 50 guests. So she's never done this before, and she was trying to do this on an Evite. And instead of inviting 50 guests, she accidentally invited all 487 of her phone contacts.
Oh, my God.
Whoops.
And it's really cute because she puts this out there because, first of all, she realized people are responding saying, yes, I'm going to come. And she's like, what?
I didn't invite you.
So she has in her, more than a decade of, all of her, she's never deleted anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So now she has to go back and go, oh my goodness.
Sorry, you're not invited.
You're really not invited. But also in her phone contacts, what was worse was some of them were somebody who's known as the eye roll or got into a weird accident or has a big butt. People that she, somebody who she put at her former job, somebody got fired for, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so she had her little description. So maybe it's somebody she didn't even, Dave, the garage worker guy or something. And so all of these people went viral of, oh no, I didn't know Evite, if you were putting this. So now this is the unveiling of what you really thought of somebody.
Yeah.
Her husband dumped her because he thought she had bad acne or whatever. And so it really became a funny moment, but it's kind of a cute little thing.
This is her apologizing on TikTok.
I just made an Evite for my daughter's first birthday party. And on Evite it says import contacts. And I thought it meant import to select through. No. It imported all 487 of my contacts and invited them to this birthday party. Not only did it invite my boss, all of my coworkers, all of the people that have ever been stored in my phone, but it sent an invitation based off of how they're stored in my phone. And I want you to just take a second and think about everyone stored in your phone and how they're stored in your phone. And then imagine them receiving an invitation. Derek Eyroll, he received an invitation. Jess hit her car in parking lot. Anyways, I have to quit or get a new identity. I don't even know.
That's amazing. My. That is amazing.
I just scrolled through my phone. I have 579 contacts.
And they would all have been invited to your daughter's birthday.
See?
Well, that's a lot of birthday gifts, though, right? It's actually a sound strategic move, right?
So, and by the way, the party, her little girls, it was a Lord of the Rings themed first birthday party, one to rule them all.
Yeah.
But you have more than 12 million people now on social media saying, oh man, I'd die if Mark still owes me $100, came to my son's birthday party.
Hey, Mark, remember that $100 you owe me? Give it to my daughter in gifts.
Remember when I spotted you 20 back in 98?
Yeah.
So it was very cute. She and her husband, good sense of humor, but I just thought it was a nice, it was really sweet.
Great story. It's the best story of the day.
So we are sponsored by United Tire and our big three with all the driving around you do this spring. Make sure you take care of your car. Schedule an appointment at United Tire. From new tires, oil changes to state inspections, the skilled technicians at United Tire, they're here to help. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is the number. A big final hour on the way. It's the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday, as usually things get super crazy on the program. But we do have some good stories to get to. What happened at Columbia University yesterday as more of these anti-Israel, pro-Hamas protests continue to go on and be demonstrated throughout our country. And also, our favorite MSNBC host, Joy Reid, says, you know what? We need diversity, equity, and inclusion in Major League Baseball. We'll get to that story and also the details of what's coming out in Delco. One man will join us, and we will give you some of those details, reveal the identity, and also the story behind it coming up at 9:20. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this for the final hour on a Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York. Skiing, Colorado, every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to cleanorigin.com. That's cleanorigin.com.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Yeah. 9:01, Friday morning, final hour of the week here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue till 10 o'clock today. Morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. And also what is going on in Delco, as we will be joined shortly after our movie clip this morning. We'll be joined by Charlie Alexander, who's got some very credible sources and some reporting that he would like to share with us, as he did 2 investigative pieces as to what is going on with 2 Delco hospitals when it comes to illegal migrants. And Charlie was doing some reporting, doing some research, decided to go public with this. He was smeared. He was labeled a misinformationist, and yet no apology for it being correct. So he's going to share that story with us. So if you're in Delco, you might know what's going on, or you might be inclined to listen. So stay tuned. That's coming up in just about 20 minutes this morning. Also, a lot of people weighing in on Twitter. Our man Tony Bruno responding to the story of Joe Biden and Uncle Bosie getting eaten alive by cannibals. And he tweeted us a jar of Uncle Bosie's barbecue seasoning.
Delicious.
Made in New Guinea.
No, that's
I don't know where he found that from. It looks like a genuinely real jar. It
does.
doesn't even look like it's AI or photoshopped.
Yeah.
So that's nice work out of Tony Bruno. And Newman Price also says, before the week ends, can we get a mustard soundbite drop for old time's sake? So
mustard.
There you go, Newman. Would you like barbecue seasoning on your human being, or would you rather have a little mustard?
A little mustard.
Yeah, I think
mustard goes good with everything.
I would agree. I want to get to this story because Elise Stefanik, Republican from New York, 39 years old. She's been, rumored, slightly, mildly to be maybe in the running if Trump is looking for a female vice president. We know she took a flamethrower to the Ivy Leagues months ago. Claudine Gay at Harvard, Liz McGill at the University of Penn, and she's back at it again, doing great work against another Ivy League president, and this happens to be at Columbia University, where the president, Namat Shafiq, has been accused of running one of the, quote, worst hotbeds of anti-Semitism and hate. And she was grilled in front of Congress this past week. The Ivy League chief has defended the peaceful demonstrations and the students' right to free speech in the surge of the anti-Semitic rhetoric since the start of the Gaza war, while House GOP Conference Chair Rep. Elise Stefanik from New York is now accusing Columbia's leadership of refusing to enforce their own policies and condemn Jewish hatred on campuses, which is creating a breeding ground for anti-Semitism. And this was going on earlier this week on Capitol Hill, because this is something that just is not going away anytime soon. We gave you the latest anti-Semitism report card from the ADL earlier this week, which highlighted Harvard still failing to address these issues. In their latest updated report card, Harvard has not improved anything to elevate above a grade of F. Now, yesterday and earlier this week, we have seen these protesters at Columbia University, and it's getting to the point now where even the university president had to call in New York's finest and clear the campus, because this is going on to the point where people are having their lives interrupted and disrupted. I believe this is K3, Greg, if we could play this. We've got video and audio, I believe, of what went down, where at least 100 protesters were handcuffed, arrested, and hauled away by the NYPD, who had to show up yesterday in riot gear. Take a listen and watch this clip.
Wow. Oh boy, guys, we have to.
It's muffled, but
okay. All right, we have to.
Yeah.
Guys, we can't. Come on, guys.
They're muffled, but we heard some naughty words there.
It's all right. It's all right. We're good.
Let the video roll. We don't need the audio. We got 10. It looks like a quad where you have like the nice grass with the hedges and the bushes surrounded by the buildings, and there's like legitimately tent camps everywhere. It looks like people are camping out for like a big sporting event the next day and tailgating, and you've got people lined around the big rectangle of the quad, I'll call it, and NYPD dressed in riot gear, helmets on, all sorts of padding and bulletproof vests, I would assume, and things like that, and they're hauling off all these nut jobs, 18 to 22 years old, presumably. Of course, they're wearing masks outside. It's so annoying. Like, I'm done with all of it. I'm like the bus driver in Ohio. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. I'm done with it. Again, you want to protest, you have the right to protest. You have the right to say a lot of things in this country. As long as you do it peacefully, as long as you don't interrupt and disturb people's ability to get from point A to point B, you can protest the most absurd things. You could be wrong. I could disagree with you. You could have your facts completely skewed. You could protest the dumbest thing on the planet. That's your right as protected by the Constitution. But this is getting to the point now where there should not be 8 hours where we allow these people to do it and do it and do it. We shouldn't have a 45-minute backup on a bridge.
Yep.
We shouldn't have airports disturbed. There should be a zero tolerance now where when they have the ability to arrest and a law has been broken, I don't want to, let's just give them 90 minutes. Let's get it out of our system. Arrest these people. Get them off of our streets. And they're going to get bailed out right away. It's a misdemeanor. It's not a major crime that they are committing as far as they're going to go to jail or they're not going to be able to post bond. Nobody's going to get $1 million bail. But, we just have to get back to allowing people to live their lives without these people upending the apple cart, so to speak. I'm telling you, if I get disrupted, look, you want to do it outside of my apartment on the sidewalk, whatever, knock yourself out. But if you get in my way and prevent me from going from A to B, there's going to be issues, all right? I'm just telling you that right now. I'm not going to have the patience like some of these people do and get out of your car. Could you please move?
It's shocking to me that the cops actually did something for this. Isn't it to you?
I would ask.
Not that they wouldn't, but
Right.
I feel like they've been told to stand down on a lot of these issues.
Yes, and this is the larger issue in this country for the last 3.5 years where police have to basically, I saw a video yesterday where there was a lady in a college. She got arrested for some sort of disruption, and she was telling the cops how she would prefer to be arrested. Like, no, don't put the handcuffs here. Like, you don't get, I'm going to arrest you, and I'm going to slap the cuffs on your wrist, and I'm going to haul your keister out. You're not going to tell me which way to arrest you, how to, zip tie you or handcuff you. This isn't you get to pick and choose how you are detained, all right? This is where we need to re-embolden, repower police in this country so they can do their job, so innocent citizens can go about their daily lives without the disruptions and the disturbances of these nut jobs. That's what I want in this country, right? Like, we are all very pro-police on this show. I've said many times that defund the police experiment is over. I'm done allowing these people to demonize and demoralize cops. But like, we have to wait hours and hours before police can do what they are legally allowed to do. What is this, like fifth grade, where we got to treat these 18 to 22-year-olds with kitty gloves? No. Arrest them and get them the hell out of here. Like in Florida, they don't mess around like that. We played you that video on Tuesday or Wednesday with Bruno before Dawn got back. The cops were dragging these people across the macadam.
By the way, you couldn't hear it because there was cursing, so I had to beep it. But the kids who were sitting there were saying effing pigs.
Yeah, no respect for
Real
the police.
nice.
No respect.
Yeah.
And where do you get that from?
Yep.
Where do you get that from? Social media, parents, the mainstream media, the far left. This we're just going to basically thumb our nose and spit at police officers, so to speak, is just despicable in this country.
But this one was in New York, right?
Yeah, this was at Columbia.
Columbia. Yep.
So the latest number I have is that 108 students were arrested.
Oh, it's up to 108. Okay.
108. So that just came in the final tally.
Mm-hmm.
That and they said the New York mayor Eric Adams, he held a news conference yesterday. He said that they had occupied the lawns for more than 30 hours. It was in violation of university rules, and all of them. They said that they know this was an extraordinary step, but that the encampment violated a long list of rules, and it was a safety issue.
Yeah.
So in the name of it, this is New York.
Boy.
I will point out to you that the demonstrators were. I know you're going to talk about another famous person arrested, but they were joined by independent presidential candidate Cornel West.
Ah,
interesting. Isn't that interesting?
Yes,
he's carving that is very interesting. He's carving out a spot for
that's
that
his
group,
lane.
for that group to vote for, which is another. That's a bad side for Biden.
Yeah.
It's a very bad side
Yeah.
for Biden. Between Cornel West and
RFK Jr.
RFK Jr. That's a huge red flag for Biden.
No doubt about it.
It's interesting. I said this yesterday. I'm interested to see in the Democrat convention in Chicago and how ugly it's going to be.
It's going to be very ugly. There's going to be thousands upon thousands of people there protesting like that.
How do you guys think this plays? Do you think people see this and they're like, these kids are just trying to express their free speech, or do you think this plays as, I'm glad the cops stepped in and finally did something?
I think people are now of the exhaustive level of, this is now 7 months. And by the way, it's not going to go away for the next 6 or 7 months either, right? Like this, it's just not going to dry up by Memorial Day as we get closer to elections in the summer. People are going to be out of school. Classes will be dismissed.
That's true.
People are going to have more free time.
Yep.
We're going to see a lot of the stuff, not BLM-related riots. We're going to see pro-Hamas gatherings throughout June and July. They're going to be occupying courthouse steps and federal government buildings. They're going to show up at the DNC. They're going to be, I would assume, college campuses are cleared out, so we won't see these college demonstrations done. But it's going to happen in the workplace, which is another thing that we talked about earlier this week with Google and Starbucks, where people are doing this.
By the way, Ilhan Omar's daughter was arrested.
Yes, she was. And also, you'll see it right there. This is her, I believe, her post on some sort of social media. Yeah. She says, I'm an organizer with CU Apartheid. I'm assuming Columbia University is the CU. In my 3 years at Barnard College, I have never been reprimanded or received any disciplinary warnings. I just received notice that I am one of 3 students suspended for standing in solidarity with Palestinians facing a genocide. So that is an elected official's daughter, Ilhan Omar.
Interesting.
Great.
By the way, just Barnard tuition, $62,525 a year.
Holy.
Good thing her mom has such a
cush gig.
High-paying job.
I was just going to say, doesn't she get paid like $174,000 a year?
Yeah, she could foot that bill up front. There you go.
That would be almost half her salary for 1 year.
Is correct.
If she just had that money.
Yep.
And not other money.
Nice.
It's unbelievable.
It really is. Some of the other details from Columbia. Dozens of cops in body armor and face shields descended on the Morningside Heights campus shortly after 1 p.m. A dozen students had occupied the camp of Columbia's South Lawn, which went up Wednesday morning, even after the administration had warned participants to clear out by 9 p.m. on Wednesday or risk preliminary suspensions. And as of 2:30 p.m. on Thursday, they were still there, and that's why, hence, the arrests were made, and it's gone up to, as Dawn said, 108.
Just curious, her daughter, Dawn Stensland, since you know all this stuff, who's the father?
I knew you were going to go here.
Incest.
No, I don't. Well, we don't know. I mean,
apparently
there was a lot of rumors, right, that she kind of said she was married to somebody to gain citizenship or something. Or
Remember, Zioli called her the brother lover.
Yeah.
Like, there was this whole weird thing. I don't know who that is.
Okay, I'm just inquiring minds want to know. I'm just curious.
There were it's
a lot of rumblings on the social medias.
The daughter looks African American, right? I mean, I looked at her picture. She looks like she's black, right?
Right.
Curious. Okay. I don't I don't know family dynamics. I'm just curious.
Ilhan Omar, great American. Can't wait till they're all voted out.
The daughter's name of the daughter of Representative Ilhan Omar is Isra Hirsi.
Yes.
It's interesting that Ilhan Omar wears the traditional headscarf. Her daughter does not.
Does not. Very good point, Don Stanslin. Very good point.
Astute observation. All right, morning mystery movie clip in about 5 minutes, and then Delco. What is going on with your hospitals? Exclusive investigative journalism coming up next here on Kayal and Company, and we're back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an amazing 35% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington today.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/bankingforbusiness to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey May 4th for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Plagidos and White Horse Winery. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment, including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. Take your lawn to the next level with the lawn care company I trust, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their unique approach to lawn care reduces the need for chemicals, creating a safer lawn for your pets and children. Time is running out. To get free seeding every year, call 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com today to learn more. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
All right, football fans, the NFL Draft is almost here, and the free Odyssey app brings you the latest coverage from the biggest sports radio stations across the country. Which players will help your team the most? Who will make a draft day trade? Will they be ready for week 1? The local conversations about the team you love. All on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.22 Friday morning, Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your work day or the beginning of a 3-day weekend, perhaps. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due in about 10 minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Today in music history. Who on Twitter today? It's all still on the way. As well as a guest coming up with some specifics, some details as to what's going on in Delaware County when it comes to illegal immigrants and taking over certain institutions. We'll talk to our guest Charlie coming up in just a moment. But let's get to a Friday edition of our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Does Kunu have some, cool Hawaiian meaning? It means Chuck. I plugged it into a database. There's a thing you can go on the internet. You just type in your name, and it just says it. What's your name? I'm Peter. Peter? Yeah. I'm gonna give you a Hawaiian name. Oh, great. Piopi. Great. Piopi, looks like you got a little pain behind those eyes. Yeah, maybe a little. There's really only one cure for that. What's that? Weed. You got any?
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, again today, a pair of movie passes to see the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare from Lionsgate, based upon recently declassified files of the British War Department and inspired by true events. The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is an action comedy that tells the story of the first ever Special Forces organization formed during World War II by UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill and a small group of military officials, including author Ian Fleming. Also, on top of the movie passes, as we've mentioned all week, one of this week's winners will be randomly selected to receive a $250 gift card to the Moshulu? Moshaloo.
Moshaloo. Actually, my son's junior prom will be at the Moshaloo.
There you go.
We struggled with this all week.
Moshaloo.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I always said.
I always said Moshulu, and then we got yelled at.
Yes, we did.
We got yelled at.
All right. $250 gift card to the Moshaloo restaurant located at Penn's Landing. So somebody's going to get the movie passes, and we already got 4 winners for that this week. And then somebody will double dip with a nice $250 gift card.
Double dip? Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Sweet. Yeah.
Joe, the big guy likes a double dip.
He does.
Yeah, on a waffle cone. All right. Best of luck. 855-839-1210 is the number. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. All right, so let's go to our guest this morning as we welcome in Charlie Alexander, who has been doing a lot of digging, a lot of investigative journalism, and he has uncovered some very interesting stuff, and he's dealt with a lot of crap in the meantime with what's going on in Delaware County with illegal immigrants, and I want him to be able to share his story this morning. Charlie, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Nick. And everybody else? How's everybody doing?
We are doing well. We've obviously been in communication with you throughout the week, and you've gone through a lot. You've done a lot of research, a lot of digging. You've put up with a lot of pushback and blowback. Our audience certainly strong in Delco. So what have you been working on, and what have you uncovered that you would like to share with the audience this morning?
So it all started about a couple weeks ago, or actually a month and a half ago. Somebody shot me a tip that that somebody, maybe not Delaware County government, but somebody was looking to start putting illegal immigrants not only in Delaware County Hospital but Springfield Hospital. So I started making phone calls. I have sources in those places and in the county government, and they confirmed the rumor I had heard. So I put out a story. After that story, the county called, and then I also called the county's PR office and asked for a comment. And instead of answering me, they sent me back an email saying, "Who are you and who do you work for?" And then put out a response saying that I was possibly a domestic terrorist, ChatGPT, that I am just some bored blogger that is looking for attention. And then from there, I mean, the story, that was the story. I mean, it's not much more I could do about it. I mean, I said what I said. Just wait till, hindsight's the only thing that's 20/20. And I got a phone call with a tip that I trusted 100% because I knew who was giving it to me, that the county was also looking to put illegal immigrants in Don Guanella, which is an old school for the mentally challenged.
Okay.
That's right here on Lawrence Road. Sproul Road in Broomall, Pennsylvania, which is part of a county park that they acquired by eminent domain about a year and a half, 2 years, maybe even longer ago than that. I'm actually not sure on that, but they acquired it by eminent domain. Everybody thought the whole place was going to be a county park. They were going to demolish most of the buildings outside of the athletic areas that they had. and they were going to use that all for a park. And so I got this word. I put it out there. The county then again said I was misinformation. They put out these red infographics about me. And a lot of people, called me a liar, especially there's these men that really fought hard for this park. Chuck Protesto and Joe Finio, they did great work, and they got this area to be a park. It was their hard work that did it, and they just didn't believe that the county would lie to them. And so it wasn't until the following county meeting that I was at where I got my right to know request back, and they announced it right there at the county meeting where they told everybody that they were going to try and turn it into a mental institution.
Mm-hmm.
Now, their story cannot stay straight on that mental institution. Once it was going to be 26 beds. One time it was going to be 27. It wasn't going to be anybody that was a danger to society. The most recent now, we're going to put a lot of people that are a danger to society at this place, which is right next to a county park. And then what they did from there, so they can't even keep their story straight. I think it's just a cover for what they really would like to do.
And they called you a liar, you're misinformation, you're a domestic terrorist, all the talking points that we always hear. And then you ended up going, I think what you said, to the county meeting on Wednesday night, and things got a bit hysterical?
Well, so that was the first county meeting where they announced they were doing it. And then now that they announced it, Marple Township had rezoned the property to open space so that they'd have to tear down the buildings. And so the county, the next county meeting, which was this past Wednesday, we had, I think it was about 145 Marple residents, people in the area, that came out to voice their opinions and tell them no. And it did. It got very hysterical. My own father got dragged out of the place because he couldn't keep his emotions in check. But I think the county sort of got the message. But to be honest with you, that council has not fully got the message. One or two of the council members have. And it's going to take way more than just Marple Township fighting against this. We need all of Delaware County, everybody, because if it's not Marple Township, it's going to be in your backyard. And I'm willing, and I know the people behind me are willing, to fight not only for Marple Township, but fight for all of Delco and to make sure that this doesn't happen in anybody's backyard. I'm willing to fight for both those hospitals. And I'll tell you that I have sources that are telling me they're moving bunk beds into Delaware County Hospital as we speak. And there's only one reason for that, is they want to put people there. Now, I've uncovered, and I'm sorry if I didn't segue into it, while I've been doing this, I've uncovered the communications through Right to Know Act requests between the county and Highest as far back as 2019, creating Delaware County into a sanctuary city. Now, that also happened in 2016 when the prison decided, when it was a private prison, they decided that we were a sanctuary city and that they would not work with ICE. But then, and now an official statement by the county in a letter was sent to the Justice Department and to Mike Pompeo. And it said that we will allow illegal immigrants and refugees to settle here in Delaware County. And that was on January 8th of 2020. And then I also found where they are staging illegal immigrants right here in Delaware County. You can go watch the video on my Twitter account at Chuckles152. And I mean, the guy, one of their employees admitted it right to me. I just, by the grace of God, got very, very blessed that he was right there and he wanted to talk that day.
Charlie, you have a lot of stuff on your website, right, where you can back up all these claims. Like there's all kinds of documents and stuff that I kind of peruse through on your website that shows all of this happening, right?
Yeah. So at chucklesports.com, guys, I'm a sports blogger. I never wanted to be a part of this. Yeah. I went to school for journalism at Drexel University. I know a lot of people tell me I'm not a journalist. It's what I went to school for, guys.
Yeah. Charlie, I would argue those today that work for the mainstream media, they don't do any journalism anymore. It's absolutely true. It's left-wing advocacy. And I'm curious, and this is my last question for you, and then I want Dawn to get in here as well. Have any of the, quote, mainstream outlets reached out to you, whether it's NBC 10, the Philadelphia Inquirer, whether it's newspaper, video, digital? Have any of the, quote, credible sources covered your story or gotten any quotes from you?
So CBS actually interviewed me and then did not put my interview. I mean, they said it was too political, but I mean, there was plenty that wasn't political at all.
I saw CBS was interviewing you in one of your videos you shared.
So I have the video because a kind young woman videoed me while I was on with CBS, and she sent me it. But they did not put me out there. They put other people out there with other clips. Now, I will say the coverage from the Delco Times, I was actually shocked by.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they weren't there at the meeting. They didn't interview anybody, but I guess they were watching at home. And the journalist that covered that actually, they put it on the front cover. I was shocked, saying that people were pretty angry about this. So
we should, Charlie, we should zoom out and just to give everybody a perspective that the U.S. Department of Homeland Security did announce, and we reported this late last summer. They were providing last summer. They announced almost $364 million of available funds to enable, and you're using a lot of different, jargon, pieces of jargon. They're NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Yes. That's how we talk about money laundering or funneling your tax dollars.
That's what this is. It's a RICO case on. Yeah. Yep.
So it's U.S. Department of Homeland Security and then DHS providing, and this is just one piece that's just zooming out for a second, nationally what's happening across the country. And Charlie is finding out the details of what's going on in our area. And that it enables, what they did was, this is President Joe Biden, his administration, enabling these channels, your tax dollars to be funneled, right, through these NGOs and HIAS and all of that to offset allowable costs incurred for services. And this is associated with, quote, non-citizen migrant arrivals in our local communities. So that's what, so Charlie has discovered now locally where, you're following the trail through freedom of information requests. Mm-hmm. This is happening across the country, across our region. And so now you apparently stuck your finger in the local hornet's nest. And they even released, I found online while you guys were talking, Delco, their government said, these rumors are irresponsible and these rumors are not true. Well, we can follow the trail through what Charlie's saying. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, yes, it is true.
So I can tell you this is how I followed it. I went to the other cities and I started finding who was purchasing these hospitals, and I found it was Highest. That was the organization. So that's as soon as I found the hospital, I got working on who was doing this. I called them. Now, it took them like a week to call me back, Highest of Philadelphia. It was a gay gentleman that called me back. I put on the gayest voice I could. I pretended I was gay. He gave me his phone number at the end of the conversation because he was like, we're going to go out, we're going to hang out. But he spilled all the beans to me. That's how I knew where the location was here in Delaware County, right in my backyard. Less than a half a mile from my house, that they're staging illegal immigrants, and then they're dispersing them throughout Delaware County and Philadelphia. And that's how I knew. He told me everything. He told me all that they're doing, and they're looking to purchase properties. He didn't mention Delaware County or Springfield. But then when you go to their tax documents, which I then provide, you can see that they are receiving money from George Soros organizations and from, what's her name, Bezos' ex-wife, Mackenzie Scott. You can see that they're receiving hundreds of millions of dollars from these people to purchase these places, and they also have the money in their coffers to do this already. And the craziest part of it all is they rezoned Delaware County Hospital and Springfield Hospital as purchased by a nonprofit organization. What hospital chain in this area is able to purchase something that is a nonprofit organization? There is none. Mm-hmm. The only hospital chains we have that would be interested in those hospitals are for-profit hospitals.
Right.
And now we went from having over 10 hospitals in Delco to we have less than 3. And one of them is a travesty, man. Yeah. It's actually a scary thought when you want to then add more people to this It's like a humanitarian crisis.
For sure. Charlie, this is great information, great work. You obviously have a background in journalism, so you're certainly qualified to do it. But we're looking at a time and a day and age now where independent citizen journalism, whether it's Charlie Alexander, Meg Brock, Mark Fusetti, a lot of people doing great work because the quote-unquote typical sources just don't do what they do anymore. Charlie, real quickly, if you want to plug the website and your Twitter feed again so people can see all your documentation, go right ahead.
Absolutely. It's chucklesports.com, and then my Twitter feed is chuckles152. And then also, if you want to get behind us, because we need more people. We need 3,000 people at the next county council meeting, and I don't know the date offhand, but I will publish it in all those places. We need 3,000 Delco citizens to get out to the next county council meeting and tell them no. We do not want any of this in our town. We are going to demand that they either resign or let's make documentation, because I've asked them multiple times, why can't we pass an ordinance saying that we will not accept illegal immigrants by any means, by any organization here in Delaware County? And if we have 3,000 people outside of that meeting, they will have no choice but to either listen to us or they need to resign.
Yep.
And that's a fact.
Well,
and now they're playing victims. They've been attacking me. Yesterday I got a phone call asking me about my cancer diagnosis from Camp Lejeune because of the local Democrat Party here in Marple Township decided to sign me up for over 1,000 spam emails, over 100 phone calls yesterday.
Jesus.
And because they can't attack the message. That's the thing. They're trying to play that they're the victims.
Yep.
They said that I cursed them out, all these things, and that I threatened them. No, what they're doing is they're harassing me because they can't attack the damn message that I have.
Right.
So they have to attack me directly.
Well, you definitely stepped into the hornet's nest. I'll be with you. I'll bring some hornet spray for you, and we'll kill off these hornets, so to speak. Thank you so much, Charlie. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
There he is, Charlie Alexander, joining us here with some very deep dive and some very good news. I mean, that's good digging by him.
Well, but it's not surprising, and so this is it. If you ask the question, well, are you housing illegals? Isn't that? The answer may be no, in the sense that, well, technically they're not getting Medicare or federal benefits.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So technically, it's that whole bio-mission situation.
It's a semantics game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, it ensures all patients, regardless of citizenship or immigration status, do have access, especially to emergency medical treatment.
Yep.
And so by law, all of our facilities then would be under this. This is a little different what he's talking about because it's through these NGOs that they funnel federal tax dollars as well as, Catholic charities, for example.
Yes, indeed. All right, coming up next, Cut Sheet Part 2 as we put a bow on a Friday show. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Honda. Final day talking about the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. Details coming up Monday on the new Mercedes-Benz C300, as well as the Acura Integra. But as you know, the Honda Trail Sport, the Pilot, is the beautiful SUV, courtesy of Honda, that we filmed the debut episode of Kale Pool Karaoke in 3 months ago. Comes standard with third-row seating and also a 7-mode drive system. Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And it is a rugged, all-terrain SUV, but very sleek, very stylish. A lot of the new modern accessories and the technology that comes with it. Security features off the charts. And you can check out the new Honda Pilot Trail Sport, very affordable, by the way, starting in the high 30s, at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory online in one convenient go-to destination, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
We got to talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done in my home, and you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, of course, I would trust only the Chapman family team. But you may not think of Chapman right away for siding or stucco remediation. I would trust no one else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing stucco and then replacing it with siding, think Chapman and think updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding is going to add value and beauty to your home. These certified Chapman installers, they are the professionals you want on this job, trust me. So if you or somebody you know, they're looking for windows, doors, siding, maybe some shutters, all the hardware that goes along with it, or siding, stucco remediation, just give them a call. You can text. They're like-minded. They're listening right now, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Medication? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't? I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
All right, Kayal and company, as we continue Friday morning, the Dawn Show in about 13 minutes. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter today. Today in music history, all the normal closing moments of the show, but a very, I believe, condensed version.
Condensed is a good word. That was good, though.
Yes.
He was fabulous.
Great work out of Charles.
In case you missed it, we'll post it to social later today.
There you go. All right, let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Yes, Nick Kayal. What's on the Country Part Due is sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. Holland, Holland, floor.com. Thank you, Holland Floor, for sponsoring the ever-important Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part Due. Everybody on the show, Dawn Stensland, Nick Kayal, do you guys remember Molly Ringwald?
Oh, how could I forget her? Breakfast Club, brother.
Yeah. She gave an interview with Variety. By the way, she still looks great, by the way.
She's what would you say she is now? Probably mid-50s?
Yeah, she was probably 17 in the Breakfast Club, 16, 17.
So that was
85.
85, so 68, 32, 24, 58.
Hike. She still looks great, by the way. You can see the video, youtube.com/1210WPHT. She complains that the movies that they made back in the 80s, the John Hughes movies, were very white. And that they need to be remade with more diversity if they were made now.
Ask Disney how diverse reboots have gone.
Cut 9, Phil, go.
Those movies, the movies that, I'm so well known for, they were very much of a time, and if you were to remake that now, I think it would have to be much more diverse. And it would have to be, you couldn't make a movie that white now. Those movies are really, really very white. and they don't really represent, what it is to be a teenager in a school in America today, I don't think.
So because a 1985 movie with a cast of 5 high school kids did not include somebody of black descent or Hispanic or Asian or whatever, we should redo it in the name of diversity. I mean, look, you had the athlete, you had the drug zoned out Bender, you had the bookworm Johnson, you had the prom queen Molly Ringwald, and you had the girl that was pouring out the pixie sticks everywhere and putting them in her breakfast sandwich.
The Brat Pack. By the way, there's going to be a documentary that Andrew McCarthy from the Brat Pack, he's going to make on the Brat Pack with Emilio Estevez and everybody. That looks fabulous. So I'm going to check that out.
Does Barry Manilow know that you rated his wardrobe? I'll give you that answer next Saturday, Mr. Bender.
Such a great movie.
Might watch that later today. Been a while since I've seen it. Okay. All right. That'll do it for part 2 of the cut sheet. The Dawn Show is exactly 9 minutes and 20 seconds out.
Yeah,
so we'll find out what she has.
Yeah, we'll update you on all the breaking news stories locally going on, and especially the investigation as now a 13-year-old is facing charges out in the suburbs, accused of brutally beating a 12-year-old innocent victim in school. Parents outrage. We'll update that one, as well as all of our local stories going on. Coming up at about 10:06, Julie Bauke, one of our usuals, who comes on, and she's an expert talking about business and business trends and talking about people fleeing big cities like New York and Philadelphia. So she'll cover that and all the latest studies on that with regard to Bidenomics. So we'll go through that one as well. And then Patrick Gushu, who's a candidate, as you know, running up against Where's Kevin? Kevin Boyle. So we'll check in with him, his take, and I'll update you on that one as well, because we've learned that the representative here in Pennsylvania has been voting, not in person, but he's still voting despite being on the lam, and there's an arrest warrant out for him. So we'll update all of that for you and much more coming up on the Dawn Show.
All right, Dawn Show top of the hour, as today it's time for Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, April 19th, we celebrate the birthdays of Tony Martin, who once fronted Black Sabbath, Mark Volman of the Turtles, and Rod Morgenstein, Wingers drummer. We also lost Jim Steinman on this day in 2021, Levon Helm from the band in 2012, and of course, Dickie Betts yesterday from the Allman Brothers at the age of 80. Singles include Tough Enough by the Fabulous Thunderbirds from 86, Ticket to Ride by the Beatles in 65, and Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash in 63. Also, Blondie's Call Me topped the U.S. chart on this day in 80. The Flyers pulled Kate Smith's version of God Bless America on this day in 2019. And Sonny Bono is inaugurated as mayor of Palm Springs in 1988. Also, REM actually made their stage debut in 80.
Wow.
But lastly, since Nick and Greg have both mentioned I did not grow up here, Knicks in 7. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
Knicks in 7.
He's taking the Knicks. Okay. Have at it. They're favored tomorrow, right? In New York, Game 1.
The Knicks are favored tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, I like the Sixers in 7. I'll go. That'll be my official prediction. Okay. All right, let's wrap it up.
We should just end it.
And we'll just end it right now. Why not? All right, the Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow morning, or excuse me, Monday morning at 6 a.m. And until then, bye-bye.
Dawn Stensland here. For a greener, healthier lawn, call My Lawn Care Company today. Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your family and pets. Time's running out on Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. 800 free seed, naturallawn.com. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply...
Crash